Hey there, bro. How's it going? Hello, everyone. How you doing? Hey, Amma. You popped in for a sec? Awesome, man. At some point, I'll start streaming on Twitch, but... Twitter. But until then. How's it going, everyone? Today, we are starting a brand new website. Let me sign in. Yeah, today we're going to do a brand new website from scratch in Go. But I need a GitHub URL for it. No cool retro term. I'm too modern. Too modern for a retro term. This is going to be an extra Zen stream today, because the website we're building is about Zen. No top-down camera today though, because I'm probably going to be entering passwords and stuff. And that's another dimension that I'm not great at. Alright, I am logged in, I believe. Hey Shreyas, how's it going? The bar is off on this window. It's only on my main display, which probably is annoying. I don't know why it's off on this one. I think because I plugged in after I'd logged in. Will I be using HTML? That's a great question. I'm unsure at this stage. Maybe not in this video, but eventually I probably will be. But it's going to be in Go. We're going to build an MPA. Because... why not? Thank you for the follow. Inasaki-kun. 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 Where do I know Inasaki from? Alright, let's create a new repository. In fact, we're going to create a new org, because I think that's the right thing to do. Create a free org. Let's see. Zen HQ. Already taken. Let me make a personal email. All right, we've got a new org, because that's what you need all the time. Yeah, Twitch since day one. I started doing YouTube recently. Hey, Fishmonk. Flanker12, thank you so much for the follow. All right, there we go. We got the org. Let's create a new repository. Keep it private for the moment. Umar, today I am... yeah, okay, let me go through these. Zenful HQ. Zenful HQ would have been a good one. Do I also stream on Twitch? I do. Twitch is kind of the main platform, I guess. But yeah, I stream on Twitch. Apparatum on YouTube. Sup, man? Just want to say I've been following all of your Golang vids. Thank you. Today we are building a new website using Golang. Have I tried Go plus HTML plus Temple plus Tailwind CSS? I have. I found heaven. Go plus HTML plus Tailwind CSS. Hey Adib, how you doing? Let me turn off my Discord notifications. Swordcom, thank you for the follow. How can I read comments from YouTube? Because I have Restream up, which allows me to read all of them. What is my username on Twitch? It is dreamsofcode_dev. What is this website for? Shreyas. It is for dot files. But a little bit more than just hosting dot files. I don't even know if we're going to host them. There's some cool ideas I've got with regards to dot files. And if you watched my last video about running bash in the browser, you might kind of put 2 and 2 together. All right, we've got our Go mod. Good time to init. This is Hyperland Dev Connor. Hey, go for code. Good luck. I hope you get it as well. Any good ways to get started with Go? Musa, thank you so much. Any good ways to get started with Go? Like learning Go or just getting started in general? Is that the refined theme for Oh My Z Shell Z Shell? This is, I don't know if this is using Oh My Z Shell. This is still using power level 10k. It's not using OMP because I haven't added it to my home manager yet. Arch or Nix? I run Nix, by the way. I also run Nix, by the way. And yeah, this is using Hyperland. Why can't I spell? Oh, not my key again. This is one of those annoying things that seems to happen to me quite often. Yeah, I'm on unstable. How long were I on Arch? Not a long time, right? 7 years? I still use Arch for recording. 7 years, I think, is... I mean, it depends. In the age of the universe, it's not very long, but it's kind of long. Hey, Ligma Titsov, how's it going? Who needs signing anyway? Yeah, I don't know. This is kind of weird. It only happens on these machines, but there is a way to solve it. I just need to go into GPG and then I think edit my key. Kind of annoying. Yeah, it's because I got a bunch of email, untrusted basically, so not too difficult. But yeah, I'm having to do this on my other machine, so I do apologize. Just got to set ultimate trust on my own emails, which is kind of annoying. All right, let's try that. Nope, still didn't work. I could just rip out signing, as Shreya said. What's an MPA? An MPA is a multi-page application, so like opposite of a single-page application. Sim, you only saw Arch pop up in my videos rather recently? You should check the older content. There was a time when I was using macOS because I was traveling for a bit. Git has become pretty painful when it comes to auth. Yeah, it has. This is Not really Git though. This is more my GPG. Still bad, huh? Unusable secret key. So, don't know how to solve that. We're just going to rip out the Git signing. Just for the moment. Here we go. Let's see if we can do it with the global, but we'll do it actually with the local one. There you go. Yeah, Matt, there is plans to add emotes. I need to come up with a list of good ones, and then I'm going to get an artist to go and design them. Maureen Benecker, what is my split keyboard? I'm currently using the Glove 80. I'm trying to learn to love it, so I'm forcing myself to use it. I'm currently learning HTML5 game coding, however, I always make unoptimized and partially unreadable code. I also commonly overthink stuff, which is why it took me 2 to 3 days to make a single mechanic for a platformer slope, and it's still slightly buggy. Yeah, that happens. The advice I have for you on that, unoptimized and partially unreadable. I would focus on trying to make some readable code for a little bit, but code for yourself doesn't need to be as readable as code for others. And sometimes just getting things done is a better way to learn. Have I ever tried templating with Temple? I have, and we're going to do that today. We're going to use Temple today. Clout on YouTube, do you still use Cappuccino? No, I use Tokyo Night now. Me and Cappuccino are broken up. Do I use LazyGit, the dev conner? No, I use my own Neovim distribution, which I will redo again soon. Hello, sir. I'm excited for the session. Me too. Thank you for the follow, everybody, by the way. Let me switch my mouse back to Linux. Thank you for all the follows. I really appreciate it. All right, initial commit done. Let's go ahead and add in. You know what we're going to add, don't you? Of course. Hello world. Postgres is the stream really quiet on YouTube? Is it quiet for everyone else? There you go. I haven't changed my settings since last time, so I assume it's good. Gotta crank that volume up, I'm afraid. Sorry, Julian. Not much I can do on this end. All right, we got our hello world. Let's get a nice server up and running. And then we can just do a nice... How do I generate project ideas? I did a couple of projects and now I'm struggling to find some good ideas. Teen artist, that is a really good question. So are you talking like ideas to learn something or just ideas in general? Like ideas for a product or ideas just to, you know, generally, I guess, learn code. Will I make an updated video on MVChad 2.5? Many things changed. Many things did change. I didn't like that it was a breaking change, personally. And I think Silux definitely fine to do that. But for me, I just didn't like that it was a minor release and it caused everyone's configs to break. So I probably won't be doing an update on NVChad. I will probably just do my own Zen NeoVim config. Do I recommend a split keyboard? Absolutely. If you care about your health, yes. I think they are the better way to use a keyboard. All right, let's write an index of Hello World, and then we're going to get temple added. What are my views on the NVChad update? Did I like it or not? I think it conforms more to what a standard NeoVim distribution would look like, which I think is fine. But I also liked how customizable NVChad originally was. But I think other people didn't know how to move from NVChad to like a normal NeoVim configuration. So I think, I mean, it is what it is. But for me now, I just use my own. This works, putting a handler without a path and a method? No, it doesn't. You're right, we need to put in a method. That's me getting distracted. And then we can write header of. We'll do content type. I think it's text/HTML, is that correct? Or is it application/HTML? I actually don't know what the content type is. Text/HTML. There you go. Shreyas also got it. Let's keep it consistent. Huh. If you see me jumping around, it's because I'm trying to figure out this glove still. HTML for the moment, Dora, from YouTube. Char set UTF-8. That is probably the better way to go about it. -8 or just standard 8? We can get a playlist. I think I need to integrate that with... No, you technically don't. Although I think that is the canonical form. All right, we got our handler. We need the address, which is, this is a website, so 8080. And then we don't need it FMT. Let's try and run this. Let's put some logging in actually. Nah, I want to use slog. I can't remember how to do slog. Have I used any of the charm.sh Go libraries? I have. I've played around with them. I need to play around with them a little bit more, but I'm going to be doing... Well, I'm working on a Go course, which is taking way longer than I expected it would. Especially trying to put out actual content as well. And we're going to look at Charm, some of the charm.sh stuff as well. Alexander Way, other than content creation, do you have any other jobs, either full/part-time or self-employed building SaaS/courses? So yeah, I build courses at the moment. Or I'm building a course. I'm building my first course. I guess that's part of my job. But otherwise, content creation is mostly my job. I used to work as a principal engineer. But I don't really like the industry at the moment, which is a shame because I used to really love it. So I've gone to do content creation because I love teaching and it's much more fun. Not as good money though. But that's okay. Sometimes you got to do what you enjoy. What is a principal engineer? It's like above staff. So you got junior, I guess, or sometimes some places just get rid of it. Junior, mid, senior, staff, principal. And then it goes to like distinguished. There may even be something before distinguished, but that's like another level. Logger, there you go. Paris show, thank you so much. Slog, okay, os.std out. Thank you for the follows, everybody. Okay. It might be .files, Alma, rather than .sp, I don't know, unless you just set that up. There you go. Who needs a browser, right? That looks pretty good to me. Okay, let's get temple done. We're going to add... We'll add this in. Peter Hansel, yes, I will be adding temple in. I'm not using it at the moment, but I will be adding it. With the standard library as well. What programming language did you use most during your career until now? Is it Golang? No, not Golang. The most I used is probably C++. So I went into the workforce in 2012 and I stopped using C++ until maybe 2020. And then I used Go. So Go for only like 4 years. Kickstart is pretty awesome. I do think it may be still a little confusing, Kickstart. Do you do low level or just servers? I've done low level in the past. Now, I guess servers is where it was at. Before, I mean, the funnest project I ever worked on was indoor positioning systems. So that was data collection on mobile devices from like telemetry data, sensor data, a bunch of other things. Let me just check my alerts. Thank you for the follows, everybody. So that was using C++ on mobile devices, which is kind of interesting. Why did I switch from C++ to Go? Money, basically. Go paid a lot more than C++ at the time, especially in the US. Do you share Git links for all of your stream projects? I haven't yet. I guess I haven't really done any interesting projects. This one might be. But yeah, I can share stream links, share Git links on my stream projects. Do you think Go or Rust may replace C/C++ in game dev? No, never. Maybe Rust. Sorry. I only read that as Go. Let me rephrase that. Rust might, but the safety I think is an issue. Quick Start, Kickstart. I mean, they're both good names. Don't feel too bad about that, Dora. Why do I not think Go or Rust may replace C/D++? Because Go definitely not because of the garbage collector. I think garbage collection in games is something that you can't really have. Yeah, garbage collector is going to be a bit of an issue. And then you can use things such as memory pooling and stuff in Go. Rust, it becomes a bit difficult. I don't think you can do memory pools in Rust. Well, I've never seen anybody do a memory pool in Rust. We getting follow bots? Not that I can see. No, you'll notice when that happens. Just getting a lot of follows, which is great. Thank you for the follows, everybody. I've had to stop saying thank you individually, otherwise I never get anything done. You can make a slice of everything, even a U8 slice over an F64. U8 slice over a F64. The word's there, but it's not computing in my head. Do I know any companies outside of Monzo in the UK using Go? I'm not in the UK. But yeah, I definitely know of some that are using Go. Give up the thank you already. I have to, unfortunately. Is Carbon a real project in Google? Yeah, I think it is, from what I know. I'm not at Google, but from what I understand, it's a real project. I don't know if it's going to ever be used, but they have a lot of C++ at Google. Like a lot of it. When did I make the move from the UK to the US? 2020. What a year for it. I was traveling back and forth since 2016 though. What is my stance on Zig? Do I see it replacing C in the long term? I think for C to be replaced, it needs to be integrated in the Linux kernel. I don't see C being integrated in the Linux kernel. As a non-Golang dev, the market is hard right now to get a Golang job, even though I've been coding for the last 6 months on personal stuff to build experience. Yeah, the market right now sucks. But it just sucks if you're junior. It's like awful at the moment because companies have now entered their kind of worst stage, I reckon. What I'd love to see is more software developers getting jobs that they can use software development in rather than getting software developer jobs, because I think your skills as a software developer transcend just writing code for a big company that has a bunch of engineers. Like you could automate a lot of work in other jobs. What's memory pooling? Nishan, memory pooling is where you will create a large block of memory that you can easily, without that on the heap, that you can easily reuse for allocating, or I guess initializing elements in games. So it's easier to just do that rather than allocating on the heap multiple times, and it speeds up allocations. So games do it a lot. They use memory pools. But yeah, the market really sucks at the moment. Dadcod. Dadcod. I have a Vite project that builds HTML. The only way that can make Temple use the generated HTML is through the HTTP/template. Anyone knows a better way? Hey, Gautam84, thank you so much for the gift. Thank you so much. You are helping me bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world. You are supporting my dreams, and you just made somebody else's day. Awesome, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What is the appeal of NixOS on a personal device? I really love it for servers for the reproducibility, but I don't get it for desktops, as it just brings an unnecessary layer of abstraction to configs. It does bring a layer of abstraction. I don't know if it's unnecessary because that abstraction does exist. It's just ad hoc hidden. I think having a machine that you configure once and you get that reproducible, consistent environment across all your machines is really awesome. Hey, Crash XLXLOL, thank you so much for the subscription. You're helping me bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world. and you're helping to support my dreams. That's a 2-for-1. Thank you very much. So yeah, reproducible builds is great. If you've got multiple machines, having them consistent is also really great. Also, the stability with NixOS is also important as well. I'm going to do like a talking head video maybe this week, because everything that's going on with macOS and with Windows at the moment, I think it's really, really comfortable to be a Linux user. Pizzoni, thank you so much for the subscription. You are helping me bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world, and you're supporting my dreams. Thank you. Missile, thank you so much for the subscription. You are helping me bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world, and you're supporting my dreams. Thank you. PFAFF10, thank you so much for the subscription. You are helping me bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world, and you're helping make my dreams come true. Thank you. PFCJ, you just resubscribed for 3 months. Thank you so much for the 3 months resubscribe. You're helping me to bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world, and you're helping my dreams come true. Thank you. Oh. French Sardo. French Sardo, thank you so much for the 5 gifts. What an absolute Chad. Thank you. Sorry, everyone on YouTube, what's happening? Everybody's being super generous and helping my dreams come true. So thank you so much for the 5 gifts to 5 different people. You are making their day, you're making my day, you're making everybody's day. An NPC stream. Just constant. I need to get a button to just hit it, but it's not as personal as it, let's be honest. But thank you everybody for the subs. I really, really appreciate it. Again, you're helping me do this as a job, and you're helping me to keep creating content. Shivi Schwartz, thank you so much for the subscription. I'm going to say the whole thing again. You are helping me bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world, and you are also making my day. Thank you so much. You're also helping to support my dreams. Thank you. Boopy the Fox, thank you so much for that gift to Buru Kane. They appreciate it. I appreciate it. Again, you're helping me bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world, and you're helping to support my dreams. So thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. I do need it pinned to a soundboard, but I like saying thank you to people. It's so awesome. Is this TikTok? So yeah, I've got a talking head video coming out probably this week. I'm going to do my first talking head video, which I'm trying to speed up my content creation, but I don't want to lose the quality, and it's a really difficult line to balance. But I've got so much is happening all the time, and there's so much to talk about that I have to be quicker about it. So I invested in a camera with a nice lens. I hope you can see it. And I'm going to talk about switching to Linux. That's what we're going to talk about this week. Pygmy, thank you so much for the subscription. You are helping to bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world, and you're helping to support my dreams. So thank you so much, and I really, really appreciate it. So yeah, this video this week, going to be awesome. But we'll see. Talking heads, like a real YouTuber, just chatting BS basically. But I think it's important, especially with everything going on at the moment with AI and operating systems, because it's kind of scary. I'm nervously checking to make sure nobody else is going to subscribe. Okay, let's go and get Temple installed. I have a cheat sheet for this. Right, we're going to go get it. GitHub.com. Actually, let me not cheat. That seems a bit unfair. Thank you, faster. 720 thank yous an hour. That's faster than I type, though. Hey, thank you, Pravnav. I'm glad you enjoyed the binary sort video. That one didn't get that many views, but like that's probably the best video I've ever done. Dadcod. Yeah, I saw your message. Sorry, I didn't actually respond to it on YouTube. Generated HTML. Anyone knows a better way Honestly, I think you're a bit out of luck if you're using Vite. 10 GIF for a faster thank you. I mean, I would say it as fast as possible for 10 GIFs. But that... I'm going to have to go Eminem mode, basically. And I'm going to put Eminem to shame. Wait, no. Eminem will put me to shame. I'll make him embarrassed. Whatever the bad thing of me is and Eminem is the good thing. That saying. I definitely won't put him to shame. Okay, how do we use this without cheating? Quick start. Installation. So I've got it installed. I should have it on Nix. Yeah, we got it. Hey, Carmen GH. How's it going? Eminem's mode. Trigger happy packy, but it's black ink. Monster is an insane song. He is far too fast in that. Wait, will I get dinged if I sing Eminem? Is that how that works? Okay, we don't need to... Just want to add it to the project. Okay, I won't get dinged. Can you have my sussy boy? You can find my dot files, which has all of my window manager config. How many gifted for Rap God cover? Like a good Rap God cover? I begin to feel like a Rap God. I'd need the lyrics up for Rap God. Just started a new project with Go, Temple, Tailwind CSS, and it's pretty smooth so far. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. HTMX is good as well. Although, I don't mind vanilla JavaScript. The true question is, will you give M secondhand embarrassment, or will you just be ashamed of yourself? Yes. Yes to both. Oh no. That's not what you want. Vanilla JS and HTMX are meant to work together. Shreyas, don't come in here telling me all the logical things. Shouting at me. Being smart. You did get promised a mod ship. You did. So, let's do it. There you go, Ligma. Welcome to the mod squad. What, in your opinion, are some good resources to start writing Go? I'm currently stuck in a bit of a mental block for web-based game and I'm working on, and I want to get over it by learning something new. That's a great question. So, there's some really good books out there on learning Go, which I think are always a good resource. It depends how you learn. Me, I learn by books, not by YouTube, so I will always reach for a book to learn. But I think just learning how to build an API is always a good starting point when it comes to Go. Karen, I think I missed your actual message. Adib, Pharisee, I watched a lot of your Postgres stuff on YouTube. Do you have any tips on query optimizations like reading, explain, analyze? Not a lot of good up-to-date resources on that. Do you know what? Let me add that because I think it's a really good question. I've got it in my backlog and I think it just fell off. But like optimizing Postgres is probably a perfect video, to be honest, because I remember once I had to solve. We had tables. We had a table with 300 million rows in it, and it was running dirt slow. And unfortunately, just want to check what that was. Okay, just to follow good. Yeah, so it was running dirt slow, and I had to do a lot of research in figuring out how to optimize that because there was some caveats around the table columns. It was byte arrays of data, and we needed to speed up querying over those byte arrays. And it used to take the entire process to go through would take like, I think it was 16 hours in the worst case, and we got it down to 20 minutes. So there are definitely ways you can improve that, and I should do a video on it. Yeah, YouTube, Planet Scale YouTube is good, but it's not Postgres, it's MySQL. Do I ever miss the UK? I'm thinking of quitting my near six-figure job to find something that challenges me and lets me travel more, but it'd be a huge payout. I think, so my advice here is you need a certain amount of money before you can follow your dream. And you need to get that money first and maybe invest like a bit of your earlier life into getting that money. And then you can start to think about following your dreams and taking less money, but not being financially worse off in the future. So give yourself a goal of how much money you need in order to start getting money coming in passively or to follow your dreams. So you've got no debt, but you've still got somewhere to live. Then I would start saying like, how do you live and follow your dreams? But that's how I did it. Doesn't necessarily mean how you should do it. That's just, for me, it was figuring out the best way that I could have enough money to do what I want to do without feeling like I would run out of money. How did I get your Tinder profile picture? Okay, you're asking someone else. Yeah, Adib's got some really awesome recommendations. All right, I guess we can go create a temple file, and then let's see if we get the hello world back here. Package main. I don't know about you guys, but I like to create nice little components. Let's do it in an internal. This needs to be temple, not TMPL. TEMPL. Is that mini files? No, this is Telescope file browser or something. It's not the best, but I'm enjoying it. Do I have any performance tips for counts? Yeah, use timescale DB. Don't use count in Postgres. It's always going to be slow. Timescale DB have like estimated counts, which is a lot quicker, but was the Brexit the reason I left the UK? I mean, it's definitely contributed to the reason I left the UK. I think those chickens have come home to roost a lot sooner than I thought they would have. So maybe the public will do something about it. I don't know. But I mean, definitely that was kind of quick for the UK to get impacted by that, unfortunately. And I still have family over there, so it really does suck. When did I leave the UK? 2020. But I was coming back and forth since 2016. But I officially left and wrote to the UK government to please stop sending me tax documents. Not the desk. This isn't Tej, I don't think. I don't think Tej created this file browser. Telescope is amazing, but not the Telescope file browser. It's good, but it's not amazing. But it is good for not having a file tree on the left-hand side, which I know Tej is a big proponent of. Yeah, they want their money, but the UK government is actually okay. You tell them you don't live there anymore and they won't ask for money anymore. The US government, on the other hand, they always want their money. Okay, I am going to cheat on this. So I use like a little dev script for these types of things that make it just a little bit easier. But we haven't got Tailwind, so I'm just going to comment this out. NetRW. NetRW is fine. Just got done with my finals and I'm looking for universities in Germany. My dream was always working. I don't think I'm getting alerts at the moment. Thanks for the follows, everybody. Tej uses oil? Yeah, I imagine he would. Use temple proxy. What is temple proxy? Set the URL to proxy after generating code and executing the command. Set the URL to proxy after? So like it sets up a server and then you can just hit the temple path, I guess. Does that make sense? So if you proxy it to localhost 8080 and then you just hit the temple server. Okay, cool. That's pretty cool. I'm going to use my dev.sh though. No such file directory for air.tom. Let's go and just want to make sure I'm not doing anything weird. Looks good. It'll reload the server. Okay, let's do that then. Generate watch, then proxy localhost 8080. So now I hit 12.773. Wait, where did I get 12 from? Oh, 127, yeah. Localhost. (7.3.3.1). Is it because I'm running air at the same time? Let's try that. Need to set a command to run as well. Okay, I see what you're saying. I'm just going to do this. Let's see if that works. It might not reload though. So I think yours might be better. Okay. Right, let's go and import this in. So it's going to be in components. It's an internal in components. Components dot. My LSP is not going to like it. Let's try this. TFVC? What is TFVC? Yeah, Luigi, definitely don't try to make things perfect from the beginning. What's complaining here? Main already declared. Okay, that's why. That's a skill issue. Likely needs to be a capital though. Yeah, I am wearing a Detroit shirt. But this is a KubeCon Detroit, if that or Cloud Native Con, I guess. So, KubeCon Detroit, but that's where I went in 2022. That was a fun KubeCon. Before the AI craze took over. Undefined components.home. They are correct. My LSP not working is kind of annoying. Render. Okay, that should work. There you go. Nice. We can actually check that out. Perfect. Am I from the US? I'm not originally from the US, but I moved here. But I am British American. LSP restart. It probably does. But honestly, opening and closing it seems quicker for me. I wish there was like a Control R we could do for restarting easier. Costa, I'm good, thank you. How are you doing? All right, so we're rendering, which is great. We got a home component. Let's go and get Tailwind. Thank you for the follow, guys. Well, actually, let's commit this. What is this temp? Thank you for the follow. What am I building, Darth Trooper? You can do a command today and it will tell you, but we are building a brand new website for hosting dot files, but doing a little bit more than just hosting them. Basically building like a dot file library. But we're going to build it in Go. Now the today worked for me. I see it pop up. Does Temple have LSP support or nah? It was kind of shit when I last used it. Yeah, I mean, that's the same. It is kind of bad. Control plus L is clear. I get that so much. I'm going to be doing a video on Control L and why it doesn't work for me, because I even get people emailing me about it. Like, it seems to be the thing that triggers people the most with Control L for me. But Control L does not clear my machine, my console. Now I can do colon capital L. Wait, why didn't that work? I mean, that should have worked. Maybe it's a control capital L. Nope. Control space, shift L. There we go, that was it. I remember. Yeah, it's the Vim Tmux thing. So, I honestly got an email this week. Yeah, it's my Tmux binding, basically. Good job, 11118. This is the Tokyo Night Tmux theme. That's okay, David. Don't worry about it. I'm not upset. It's just funny. I even got an email this week. They were a little bit more annoyed about it. I can't believe I even get emails from people telling me to use Control L, but funny things. Thanks, Bro Science 420. I'm glad you enjoy them. Yeah, I'm used to typing out clear. Also, like, even if I have a hotkey to clear things out, I will probably still use clear, because when you create videos and suddenly it flicks to a completely empty terminal, I think that's more confusing. And whilst me typing out clear does trigger some people, ultimately, I think it's better to have like a visual clue of why I'm clearing my screen or how I'm clearing my screen, because it just tells the story a little bit better rather than me just cutting to a blank terminal. Captain Swag, I appreciate how well you explained your 2 Z-Shell config videos were. I don't go for quite such a clean setup, but I found simplistic Oh My Posh theme I really liked, then modified it to suit my needs. That's awesome, Captain Swag. I didn't think that video would do too well, but yeah, it did. Oh My Posh was interesting. Especially as like I'd always known about Starship, so I didn't think it would be too popular, but it's awesome. Wait, you have 15 years of experience? Dude, you look 30. Well, I'll take that. But yeah, I have a few years of experience. I also started software development late. So I went to uni when I was 21, Sorry about that. What mic am I using? Interface sounds really good. This is the Sennheiser MKH50, which is the best microphone for indoor voiceover, I think. I mean, it's pretty much standard, unless you're getting like a Neumann or something like that, but it's a shotgun mic or pencil condenser, so it's really good for indoor. For videos, you could rebind the hotkey to just clear enter for you. Yeah, win-win. That's a pretty good idea. Hey, So Guitar, good evening. Hey, Chill Hot Stream. Doing well, thank you. Amazing theme. Have I considered posting on Unix Pron? No, I haven't. I probably should. But I want to kind of take that concept and make it a little better. How come I went to uni at 21? Did you fail A-levels? No, I didn't fail A-levels. I actually did photography as an A-level, believe it or not. I wanted to be a wartime photographer, which is kind of crazy because I was thinking about that the other day. I'd probably be in Ukraine if I was doing that, taking photos, which I don't think... I'm glad I didn't follow that decision. But instead I get to use photography now for this. Why did I go to university late? The reason I went to university late is because I didn't want to go to university. I'm the first person out of my family to go to university. And so I didn't really have the support to go to university until I had a bit more money behind me. So then I went to university. But I also didn't know what I wanted to do. I thought I was going to do photography, and then I decided to do Comp C. Hey, how's it going? Belagost. Hope you're safe over there. Chill Hot Stream, my OS and IDE. I am using NixOS, by the way, and Hyperland. Hugo, I did get loans, but loans don't really cover you the full way. I mean, they do if you're able to be like super... But sometimes you need money for other things. Do I already have a name for my community? Yeah, I got a name for the website. Sorry if you mentioned this already, but what made you pick CS over photography? I think like the thing with photography, I think I knew it would always be low paying. Comp C was low paying back then though. I mean, it wasn't the salaries like it is now. My university tutor on the first day said, if you want a career where you're earning 6 figures, then this isn't the course for you. Go take business. And like that aged like milk. So I guess, I don't know why. I feel like learning photography, you can actively do photography, but I thought Comp C, it would be better to actually learn it at university. Also, I was picking up just beforehand and I got really into writing C++, which is why I went to uni to learn C++ in the first place. Am I forever 21? I think you have to die for that to happen, don't you? Or shop at the store. Why did a year of working? Yeah, I did a bit of working before going straight to uni, and then I realized how much I hated working. Working sucked. Doesn't get much better. I have been debating on making my environment look good or just practical. For example, I have a pure black background. Thanks, Armor. It's because I don't go in the sun that much. I think you look around 20, Armor. I don't think you look that old, but then I haven't seen you in real life. Sun is kryptonite, prove me wrong. I mean, it's a little bit of sun is good, but too much sun is bad. Just wrecks your DNA. Yeah, I like my environment to be very minimal. The more minimal it is, the better it is. SH2_6, thank you so much for the subscription. You are helping me to bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world, and you're helping to support my dream. So that's a 2-for-1, and I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Man, well, you guys have been awesome today. Thank you. Elite bogeys, we are using Temple. Use SPF, duh. I mean, SPF works. It's not perfect, but, you know, definitely does work. And I do use FPS. We are using Temple. I eat bogeys. Bogeys. Gross. I think work at the beginning is really fun. When you get into like your 30s, work becomes less fun because it's like, oh, this doesn't end. And it doesn't get better. It gets worse. But like when you're young and you're hungry and you're learning a lot, that's when work is the best, I think. And that's the best time to take advantage of work as well. Get paid, make the money, then figure out what you want to do in life and go do it. Okay, Tailwind CSS next. Now that we got Temple up and running. Nice, cute little component. So with Temple, I'm not going to use Capuchin colors because otherwise I have to have a package.json, and I don't like that. And I believe you can use Temple without a package.json. Sorry, not Temple, Tailwind. I mean, is it that bad having a package.json? Probably not. Thank you for the follows, everybody. Have I considered using Sesh or Tmuxifier for Tmux session management? I have, but the reason I like Tmux, I don't know. I've tried Tmux session management in the past, and I just kind of didn't find it worked for my workflow. I think like if you really like a consistent workflow, then that works really well. But I'm always changing things up. Maybe I'll give it a go. I'll give it a go, Arma. There's probably a good video out of there. What's the point though? Do you really need it? Just do leader plus S. Or try the CDN option. Yeah, the CDN option could also work. I like the CLI version though. I think I have the CLI version installed. That's not how you spell it. Yeah, so I do have it installed. Yeah. CDN properly completely nullifies the point of Tailwind, right? I'm going to give it a go. Both Sesh. I mean, I really like Sesh. I like Josh as well, who's been building it, so it's really cool to see what he's been up to. And it's written in Go, which is great. But I've just never needed session management, or maybe I never realized I needed it. Juhans, thank you so much for the subscription. You are helping me to bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world, and you're helping to support my dreams. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I really, really appreciate it. What tiling manager am I using when streaming? This is Hyperland. Hyperland with the exact same animations as I have on my YouTube videos. And I'm going to do a video about how to do them, because the animations in Hyperland are pretty cool. And once you understand how to do animations, it's pretty good. Yeah, chill hot stream, you're right. His CDN is not good for production because I think it just does everything. All right, I think the only thing we need for the Tailwind config is to make sure it actually picks up Temple. Ooh, I gave that a plural name. We gotta fix that. What distro is this? This is NixOS, by the way. You found the animations distracting? Yeah, they can be. I think like the base animations I find distracting. What distro is this? Yeah, this is NixOS, by the way. I think there is a OS, but it would whisper you rather than placing it in the chat. We probably want to require the Tailwind forms as well, because there will be a form. At least one. And we can do typography as well. Because I think that comes by default. Aidan Mortis, what books on Golang from beginner to advanced level would you recommend? If Adib is still in here, he would be able to say. What's up with Arch, by the way? Philip, are you asking me like what's the meme? Arch, by the way, or how come I'm not using it in this video? It's weird when you look straight into the camera. I won't do it anymore then. You want me to look? Feels less personal though, right? I actually have a teleprompter right here that has all of the chat on screen, so I'm talking to you. Now, why did I switch? So on my laptops, I've been using NixOS for a while just because it feels really nice to have that reproducible build and declarative nature, and plus I wanted to learn it for some content. But I still use Arch for my main recording workstation, and if I need to do like anything with DaVinci Resolve on Linux, I'll still use Arch because it just doesn't work very well when it comes to Nix. Nix is like really good for software development though, in my opinion. Pink Rubber Boots, that is a great book. I have it and I need to read it, but I have it. Hey Kiev. Yeah, I haven't advertised my Twitch that much. It's been kind of a bit more organic. How did I learn Go? I'm learning it for my final year project. I learn through books and resources and building. Just build something. Yeah, Asahi is kind of a pain. Why do people want to know every part of the stream setup? Maybe it's good, Hummer. Maybe it's a good stream setup, right? I think streaming tends to... The quality is usually different from my understanding. I think... Which you don't need like good cameras and stuff to do streaming. Usually it's much more like webcam and stuff like that. And I guess people are interested why I'm using NixOS instead of Arch. Is it hard to answer all of these questions and develop at the same time? Seems like a lot of mental jumping around. Yeah, I mean, I work at about 1/100th of my normal pace when I'm answering questions, but I think that's the fun of stream, right? Am I streaming directly from NixOS? Absolutely not, Cat Muffin. I'm running it through a capture card because, yeah, it just would be pretty bad. But I'm running it through a capture card which has an NVIDIA GPU on that computer, and then using NVEC because that's the best way to do it. And it keeps it nice and quiet because I don't think you can really hear my machine. I've managed to figure that out because it was noisy. Keeps me cool. Yeah, it is more sane. It's a shame because I'd love to see... Well, I mean, I'm working on a laptop. It would probably suck. This is a Windows machine on... And I wouldn't say it's my main machine. It was my gaming computer, but now it's just my recording computer. So I'll record this camera onto that. I haven't tried installing Linux on it. Mainly because I know NVIDIA doesn't work. Well, it didn't used to work that well with Wayland. That's why I used to go with AMD. Pain points coming to NixOS. People always praise it. Yeah, Python sucks. Python sucks. Secrets management, I don't think is that bad. You can, if you use password manager or password store, you can make it okay. But it's not a perfect setup. But yeah, definitely Python sucks on NixOS. I probably will do a video titled NixOS, the good, the bad, the ugly. But I really like NixOS for a software development machine. Python sucks. On NixOS, please, context. All right, do we have Tailwind CSS running? Not yet. So I think we need to create a main. Main.css. I don't think I want it to be there. Python version management does suck. Yeah, it does. The newest NVIDIA drivers fixed everything for me with Wayland. Even gaming is awesome. Better performance than Windows in most games. That's awesome to hear. Are you on Twitter? Maybe you can give me your handle. I also hate job and looking for developer entrepreneur communities. Do you know one? Chill Hot Stream, I don't know one, but I do have Twitter. It's dreamsofcode-io. Do I like Python on the back end? I like it less than I like JavaScript on the back end. I would prefer to use Node.js than I would Python on the back end. All right, let's, do I want to do a static CSS main? I think it's fine. We can always fix this another time. Sorry, Hugo. I think Python has its place, just not on the back end. Python on the front end. I still got to do the mullet stack. I'm going to do a video on that soon. Copy paste dev. So the problem with Python on the back end, okay, let's get into it, because there is a reason why Python on the back end is awful. Does anybody know what that reason is before I give the answer? And why Node.js is much better on the back end than Python is? CGI? For loops? GIL, you got it, Shreyas, it's the GIL. It's the global interpreter lock. Now, I think there are frameworks that manage to get around it, like Tornado. But yeah, the GIL. You've got it. You got it, everybody. I think Tornado does get around it. Or Twister, is it? But I don't know. Here we go. So Tornado does have asynchronous. I don't think Django does, though. I remember we had some really asynchronous heavy code in Django, like in 2013. Well, I had written it in Node as a proof of concept because Node was good back then. I mean, it was better than writing things in C. And they tried to rewrite it in Django and it just fell apart. Tornado. Look, I'm an old dev, okay? Python 3.13. Interesting. Or 3.12. Oh look, disable the GIL. Free-threaded C Python. Nice. So maybe that would make... I mean, does it have asynchronous I/O though? I think it does. Does it have asynchronous I/O? Go or Node, which do you choose to build a powerful API for social media platform? Probably Go, if you're building a backend. 30-ish. Closer to 40 than 30. I'm stuck writing Lambda functions in JS. Write them in Go. Go and Lambda's not terrible, to be fair. So yeah, okay, when the GIL, maybe I'll change my mind about Python on the back end, but based on my 2013, 10-year ago experience of it, it was terrible. And I've never looked at it again. So I could be out of date. I'm an AWS Java dev. You work at AWS? That's cool. How's that going? Or do you just like work with AWS? Now I'll give you one take on PHP. PHP used to suck when I last looked at it because it was mixing view logic and business logic, which is always a bit gnarly. Okay, yeah, 10-year-old take on PHP. But I didn't mind PHP. At least it was like MPA and stuff. Although, when I first used PHP, I had no idea how APIs and routing and HTTP worked, so... Yeah, if you want a Lambo, you've definitely got to learn PHP. It's the only way to get rich in this industry. All right, I think we just need to import this in. Let's build like an actual, I guess, head component. Do I think Next.js server actions are going the same? Did I miss a subscription? I did. Oh my god, did I miss that? Yuhans? Yuhans, if I missed that subscription, I am so sorry. Thank you so much for the sub. You're helping me bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world, and you're helping to support my dreams. So thank you, thank you, thank you, and I'm so sorry I missed you. If you're on the chat, I hope you forgive me. Thanks for the follow, everyone, as well. Oh, I don't think I missed. Just my memory. It's because I only had one Coke today. One can of Coke. I'm like, I'm slowly reducing it because I want to get back into the stage where I don't drink caffeine again. And I kind of like lost that. But I went on Invisalign and couldn't drink anything other than water. So I got out of caffeine and that was like the most focused I've ever been. So I'm trying to get back into it. Hey, Geotex. Yeah, good to see you, man. Definitely Twitch is going to be a bit more active, but I have both chats up now, which is awesome. What theme am I using right now? I'm using Tokyo Night. Running PHP and Docker is a pain? Really? Can't you just run Apache and everything? I'm just going to copy this because I'm lazy. There's no point reinventing the wheel. But we'll get rid of the HTMX. Horrible. Do I want to use Poppins font? I'll get rid of that for the moment. Sugar is bad, but I always drink Coke Zero, so no sugar. Although there are studies to say that drinking non-sugary or drinking like sugar alternatives, not that they're bad for you, but they can cause you to have a greater sweet tooth, which makes you seek out other actual sugary treats. Not using HTML snippets is more triggering. Yeah, it probably is. I need to add them into my NeoVim. Hydro homie time. I do need to drink some water, you're right. That is a good reminder for everybody to drink some water. Bringo Brongo, yep. That is also something to consider. It's true, 8-bit Titan, they do. No utility classes were detected in your source files. That might actually be correct. Doc day, bottle of water. Drink a bottle of water a day? Is that what you're saying? Hey, laggards. Laggard Scarpari. I definitely did not say that correct. All right, let's define a page here as well. Wait, what's this snippet do? It's not the best. I'm just going to copy this as well. Why not? What we cooking? We are building a brand new website using Go, Temple, and Tailwind CSS. And this website is hopefully going to be actually something we deploy at some point. Have I thought about using Truffle for combining YouTube and Twitch chat? Yeah, I may actually give that a go, because I mean, it's combined at the moment on an app I'm using for Restream, but it's not combined on the actual chat box, which may be better for people to see, because yeah, you can only see the Twitch chat. For PHP, trust me, Laravel is powerful, and you can use Octane to avoid rerunning PHP FPM on every request. Yeah, I heard really good things about Laravel. For me, I'm not like the biggest fan of opinionated frameworks. So like Rails, I don't like Rails. Phoenix, it's fun, and like Phoenix is a little bit different, but I don't love it. Dolphins to go, thank you so much for the subscription. You are helping me bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world, and you're helping to support my dreams. So that's a 2-for-1, and I appreciate you an awful lot. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What is Temple Developer? It is, as Dora said, an HTML scripting or HTML programming language, templating language for Go. Basically turns Go into like a front-end framework almost, or it makes it feel like a front-end framework, like with JSX or something. But it's not perfect. There's some bugs to it. I'll probably do a video on it soon. It's definitely worth learning. I run a company where we are developing a software that will be an API supporting multiple client websites. It will be a paid service. Do you think Django/Go? I think Go, not Django. Use Go for that, please. macOS or Windows if Linux wasn't a thing? Oh, that's a good question. Okay, the answer to that question is what form factor? Desktop, Windows. Laptop, macOS. If both the same specs though, that might be something different. How about BSD? I'm assuming they're meaning all like Linux, Unix, free operating systems. The Pi Live, thank you so much for the subscription. You are helping me bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world. And helping me achieve my goals and my dreams. So I really, really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Can I move the code to the left panel so it's not hidden behind the webcam? Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I hear Rails is good for building quickly. I just don't like the opinionated frameworks personally. I much prefer freeballing, which probably means I'm a little bit slower with things, but I like to understand how things work. Does Go have batteries like Django to simplify authentication? No. Absolutely not. But you get to learn and implement authentication in a way that makes sense for you. So you can either do session, you can use Gorilla sessions for it, and you can either have cookie-based sessions, or you can plug it into Valkey or Redis or whatever. Whatever you prefer. What do people prefer? Cookie-based sessions or key value-based sessions? All right, let's, this should be working. What is this null ls thing? I think people have actually commented on that before. And now it's hitting me. Just roll on yourself. Don't do it. Don't roll it yourself. I don't know if you're being serious there, Shreyas, or not, but there are many reasons why not to roll it yourself. Like, basic auth is not hard, yeah, sure. But then, as soon as you need to, like, do anything production ready, it starts to become difficult. What's better for building API? Building Go or Python? Go is definitely better for building an API. I wouldn't even bother trying with Python. How about JWT and Go for React or Nuxt front end? Yeah, you can do that. I mean, maybe not React. I'm thinking. You need some sort of server-side component for auth, right? What do you think I mean by writing your own auth? Dreams of code dev. I mean like full-on username, password, authentication. Storing that hashed password. Handling any brute force password login attempts. Dealing with MFA. Passkey. All that horrible stuff you now have to think about. Like auth used to be easy. What does RSC have anything to do with auth? I really like session auths like Lucia. I've not looked at Lucia. What is it? Luca. What do you use auth? What do you use for auth now? Currently, I use mainly auth 0. I don't like auth 0 that much, but it's pretty easy to get set up. And it does have the features you kind of need, but it's expensive. Yeah, I mean, auth is just, it's context, right? It's not core. Like, I'm a firm believer in core versus context. If what you're building is part of your product, I guess, like if it's like you're building this and this is what your product is, that is core. That's the core of your product. Context is everything else to make your product work. So whether it's authentication, Monsieur Monet, thank you so much for the subscription. You are helping me bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world, and you're helping to support my dreams. So thank you, thank you, thank you, and I really appreciate you. Dalva Sali, thank you so much for the subscription. You are helping me bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world and helping to support my dreams. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Do you roll your own auth, Shreyas? I know, I do need to record that. Have you like had a credential stuffing attack before? Shreyas is rowdy, but I really like Shreyas. Don't give him... I mean, he's rowdy, but in a good way. I think it's always good to have these kind of conversations. So like, one of the things, when you have a credential stuffing attack, is usually what they would do is basically take... I should do a video on it, because we had one recently. It was really, really awesome. They basically take credentials from leaked lists online and just spam your entire, usually using different IPs. They will spam your login or authentication using those email, username, password combinations or whatever. And like a good auth solution needs to be able to mitigate that, because one, you're getting hundreds of thousands of, well, millions of people. That's why I said hundred thousands. 96F in Hex, thank you so much for the subscription. You are helping me bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world, and you're helping me to achieve my dreams. So I really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Using just email auth, Shreyas, like Magic Link. Thanks to you, I first gave Oh My Posh a try, and now I've jumped on the gun configuring NixOS. That's awesome, Monsieur Monet. Do you use password and MFA as well? I am running out of air. Siphonut, I am Dreams of Code. Just somebody had got the name on Twitch before I'd managed to. So I'm Dreams of Code _dev here. Or you can call me Dreams for short. You should also prevent telling attacker password is wrong. Yeah, that's another thing. I mean, you just got to tell them things are wrong. So yeah, if you don't support username and password auth, you're not going to get credential stuffed. Although you may get like email stuffed. Auth for 2 users. Helping fuel my dreams of code. No, not dream. Dreams. I don't know if Dream has got cancelled or not. I can't remember. I don't really understand cancellations. OAuth is good. I mean, OAuth is fair to be. Okay, this should work. Let's test this out. Hey, we get the title. And I think we do get some CSS, but maybe not. So that could be we're not getting our CSS loaded. Or worse, it's loading it cached. Control-Shift-R. This is one of the problems with Tailwind, I find. Or at least when doing things with Go. Not found. That's because I need to add in a file server. Don't you have to build it? No, it's automatically building in my dev. So there it is. So it's being built. I just need to... Editor is NeoVim. That's something we can add. Ismail Mohammed Bo. Hello, how are you? Fine. What is new? What are you doing? We're building. We're building a new website using Go. How do I make a dynamic cursor color yours? Always have to choose the color in the terminal. Dynamic cursor color. Not sure I follow. Oh, 96F, thank you so much for the sub, for the gift. Let me check that out. Thank you so much for the gift to Hackerski. You're helping me bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world, and you're helping to support my dreams, and you also just made somebody's day. Thank you so much, man. I really, really appreciate it. I recently discovered your YouTube channel, and I really enjoy the videos. Keep it up. Thank you so much. I'm glad you do. That's the important part for me. Oh, my cursor matching bracket color. Is it not just being highlighted by the colors of the terminal? Hey, Laserflot. How you doing? Not super familiar with Temple. Are you recompiling your Temple files on each change? Yes, I am. They're being watched at the moment, so they recompile. Siphnut, I've been doing it maybe about 6 weeks now. Okay, yeah, Hugo's got it. It's Tree Sitter. Tree Sitter highlight. Yeah, about 6 weeks I've been doing streaming now. So I started just on Twitch initially and then added it to YouTube as well. How many subs to get you to use VS Code? Oh, I had to use it the other day. And it actually wasn't terrible, to be fair. So for those who don't know, I do like mentoring as well. And so I help like people with their code and stuff. And I had to use it for somebody wanted to do pair programming on it with VS Code, so like a remote thing. So I had to install it for the first time. And it wasn't terrible, to be fair. I had to get Vim binding set up because I couldn't move around in it, but that was the first time I installed VS Code. To like use it on stream or whatever, how many subs? I don't know. I don't want to put the number too low. I don't know, chat, what do you think? How many subs for me to have to use it for like a whole video and just not mention it? Have I tried Z? No, not yet. It's macOS only, right? 1 billion channel points. 1 billion subs. 1 billion subs, I would, I don't know. I'd work in IntelliJ for 1 billion subs. I'd probably work for less than that in IntelliJ. 500,000 YouTube subs. Okay, if I hit 1 million YouTube subs, 500,000 for one like whole video, just using it without telling anybody. What terminal are you using? I use Alacrity. It has a Linux version in dev. Okay, cool. I'm going to give that a go. I'll do a video on it. A lot of people are quite hyped about it. Have you used direnv plus devenv? I started playing around with it and it's really interesting for local dev. I've not. I'm going to make a note of that. Direnv versus... Wait, that is not my right. Direnv versus devenv. Have I tried the Arc browser? It's not open source, right? I don't think it's open source, Arc. Just claim the VS Code video, the dream becomes a nightmare. Yeah, it's not open source, so I won't use it, unfortunately. How is the Electron-based app experience on Hyperland? Like when I first installed it, it sucked, but it's actually okay now for some reason. I don't know what I did. I must have changed something in my home manager configuration, but it works okay. I think I got rid of scaling or something. Can't remember what it was. VMFunk. What is that? Let me click it on my second monitor up here. 500k subs and you code in Nano. Yeah, go on then. Your privacy-friendly Arc browser relies on Firebase and logs everything to their servers. Yep. Yeah, Siphoner. There you go. I try not to use closed source software as much as possible. Obviously, there's some exceptions I have to make, but... Own .files manager with bash scripts. Use Stow, man. I will just say use Stow. I got a video on Stow on my second channel, which I recommend watching. 500k subs and I code in Nano. All right, I'll do Nano for a video in 500k subs, and I'll do VS Code at 1 million. A video where you code by only using echo and piping into a file. All right, I'll do one of those. Zarathos, thank you. Zarathos94, thank you so much for the subscription. You're helping me bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world, and you're helping to support my dreams. So thank you so much, and I really appreciate you. Stow is great, yeah. I like Stow a lot. It's like a really minimal, simple home manager. Code using Ed, like a true OG. I'll give it a go. I'll definitely try it. I think it'll be a good video. All right, we need a file server now. Can't remember how to do the file server. There you go. I think that's right. What is file server FS though? Oh, FSys. Okay, we're not going to do that. Yeah, I mean, I should have started my search there, but the std lib is always the right place to go, isn't it? Wait, what happened? I mean, really, I should have used godoc. http. But then you have to pipe into less. It's not as fun. Ginger Joss 1507, thank you so much for the subscription. You are helping me bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world, and you're helping to support my dreams. So I really appreciate you, and thank you so much. Vim only takes like 10 days to get used to. Yeah, Vim doesn't take that long. I hate this about GoDevs. STD library isn't the only thing out there. You can use other libs. But why would you? Why would you use any other libs? Treyas? What's the point? Dependencies in my code base? Absolutely not. Speed! If I wanted speed, I wouldn't be streaming at the same time. Ergonomics now. I've got the Glove 80. That's all I need for ergonomics. My only problem with like a lot of these frameworks that do give you speed, like Gin is a great example. This is way easier for Temple using the standard library than Gin is. Gin, you have to have like custom encoder or something. It's horrible. Now, sure, you got Chi and Gorilla Marks, but I don't know. I'm a standard library guy. Yeah, I think the Vim learning curve is like the basics, and then you get the advanced stuff, which actually you need to do a little bit more research to get into. But the advanced stuff, you can do some amazing things with key bindings. But honestly, for me, typing isn't the biggest lag. It is when I'm like focused, but for me, focus is the biggest challenge. So I've spent a lot of time thinking about minimalism and reducing distractions, because when you can focus, that's, I think, when you can get really fast. But lack of focus will kill it. Hey, Daff Phenomenals. Good morning, Dream. Will this code be available on GitHub, right? I have to sleep at 3 a.m. The VOD will be, at least. This code is in a private repo at the moment, but I probably will make it public. Do I like Java? I've worked with Spring Boot once, and it was incredibly magical. Not in a good way, but like it was really cool to see that you could easily spin things up and easily get things running just with like one line of annotation. So it's kind of cool, I guess. But I mean, for me, I don't really like Java that much. I think it's a bit too heavy. Thanks, Stanley. If I say Java is greater than Python, depends what for. I think Python has its place. I'd love to see a video of you on stream, you and Primogen. I'd love to talk to Prime. Prime's an interesting guy. I think me and him agree on most things technically, but like worldview is very different. But like technical point of view, we're like, I don't think I disagree with him on much. I think sometimes he can be maybe, well, I don't know. I know he doesn't like dry. I don't really like dry, but I also don't think dry is like necessarily, like there are times when dry makes sense. But I guess like, I don't really know his opinion on it, so I can't really comment. But maybe he's like anti-absolution or absolute opinions on things. Because I also don't think solid is terrible. I think there are some good points about solid as well. But I don't know if his point of view is like all solid is bad. I think there's anti-dry by default. Okay. So I'm not like anti-dry by default. I do think like over abstraction is bad, and like changing code to be abstract when you don't need it just to fit dry is bad. So maybe that's where I agree with him. But at the same time, like if you've got code duplicated and it's like pretty obvious to just make it dry, just make it dry. It's like not that big of a deal. Okay, solid is the thing you must follow is what he hates. Yeah, I agree with that. I think like there are good reasons to take some of those principles, but like they're not laws, they're good advice, if that makes sense, in my opinion. Yeah, early abstraction is the worst. I've seen some horrible early abstraction in my time. Usually getting something working and then refactoring it is the right thing. And I think that's what I watched recently I watched like a really old conversation between Theo and Prime where I agreed pretty much everything that Prime said, where he was saying he heavily unit tests or heavily tests so he can refactor without an issue. He rebases because he heavily unit tests. And I think Theo was the other end of that spectrum. So yeah, I'm way more aligned with Prime than I am with Theo on that. Free from liquid or moisture. Darth Vader, it is Hyperland. And hello. Yeah, there are good things in dry solid kiss. Just after some time, you get to work that works and what doesn't. Yeah. And I think like there's also differences between working as a team and working as a solo developer. I think when you work as a team, you need to like kind of agree on standards together and how you want to code, just because it makes it worthwhile for everybody. And then when you get somebody that comes in just like, nope, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do things my way. It's just like, well, now we can't understand what your code is doing. So there's also like the team aspect to it as well. And like when you work in a team, nobody should be happy, but everybody should kind of feel, yeah, okay, we all agree with this, even though we don't all love it. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, agreed with testing there. Kiev 09. Sorry. I'm terrible with pronunciation. All right, what were we doing? Something good. Oh yeah, we're getting a file server set up. Exhibit, thank you so much for the follow. Let's get it set up under static. And I'm going to cheat because I can't remember what I was looking at. Okay, cool. Stanley Chuku, how many years I've been coding? I wrote my first line of C++ in 2007. So, 16 years? See you later, Kiev. You may have already explained this, but can you explain how this component system works? Yeah, I will talk about that in a bit. Do I have a BSc in computer science? Did you start as a backend engineer as well? I do have a BSc in computer science, and I started actually, my first job was in fintech, so working on the Fix protocol for transactions. That was in C++. We had to SSH into a Solaris box and use PuTTY on Windows machines. It sucked. Thank you, Crispy Sauce. They said my videos are really aesthetic and unique, and they love my content. Thank you very much. See you in a bit, 8-Bit Titan. Thank you for joining us. Armadon 101, this is Golang. This is a Golang multi-page web application. You made bank in fintech probably. My first salary in fintech was $25,000 a year. So I did not make bank. It was like based outside of London in Woking. At least it wasn't Basingstoke, sorry. We call it Amazingstoke as a joke. My first line of code was 2017. I did a diploma in computer engineering, never did a degree. US or UK based company. First job was UK based company. Salary sucked when I got out of uni for software development. It only really blew up in like the last 7 years, I think. I think the first job I got where I was making good money was like 2015. And then I joined eBay in 2016. And that was really good money. But I hated it. Yeah, it was just outside of London. That's how they kind of get you on that. But I mean, even back then, my first job inside of London was only 35k. I mean, it was a big step up from 25k, but it wasn't a huge amount of money. The job after that was big, though. All right, this should now work. Hey, something happened. Still not getting anything back though. NS error corrupted content. That's kind of weird. I work as a content creator full time now. So I don't work in the industry anymore. Since like the start of this year, I decided to do content creation full time. Do I have a favorite job that I've worked? Yeah, I do. I really liked my last job in the first year I was there. It was awesome. My favorite project I ever worked on was indoor positioning systems. So it was being able to determine where a individual was on their phone in an indoor space. That was a cool problem to solve, and it was a lot of C++ on mobile devices. Nobody solved it yet. I think Apple kind of like pushed us out of it because they have access to all of the information on a device, and we could only use our own telemetry, so it was kind of difficult. But yeah, it was awesome. I love that program. I love that project. Full-time influencer, yeah. Yeah, I guess. Oh, congrats. How are you finding it? Yeah, it's really good. It has its ups and downs. YouTube pays garbage on AdSense, so you you have to go for sponsors, but I try not to do too many of them because I kind of want my content to be authentic, I guess. And I think sponsors always adds a bit of uncertainty to that authenticity, even though I still try to keep it authentic. But, you know, some of the sponsors I've worked with have been awesome, like Docker, which, I mean, Docker's awesome anyway. Getting paid the influencer money, yeah. Not that much money than people might think. But I get to make my own hours and I get to work on what I want to work on. So that's the real benefit, I think. Do some Bitcoin sponsorships. I used to work in Bitcoin, actually. Well, not like work at Bitcoin, because Bitcoin.com was owned by a bit of a con man, in my opinion. But I used to do work with cryptocurrencies back in like 2016, 2017. Don't think we'll ever find... I think we already know who Satoshi is, and I think he's passed away, unfortunately. I tell you one thing. I miss the days of NFTs. I would much rather go back to NFTs than AI and everything else we have going on at the moment. At least, like, you can laugh about NFTs, and it's a fun joke. But now, like, the joke's being played on us. No, we don't exactly know who Satoshi is, but there's a really good guess who it is. My guess is it's Hal. Hal Finney? I think it's Hal Finney, who passed away. Yeah, I think like AI has its uses. I think there's definitely like uses of AI, and I think those are really good uses of AI. But I also think for some reason companies either they don't know how to innovate anymore and they've just run out of ideas. And so like they're like, well, let's just jump on the AI bandwagon. Or like the general population is more open to AI, so they're like, I mean, I'm going to talk about this in my video, but Apple is like famously anti-developer in my opinion. And therefore, they don't care about devs. They're just going to make AI work for the general consumer. And fair play, they should. You think Adam Back? I don't think Adam Back was Satoshi. I think he's very influential, but I don't think he was Satoshi. Only use Copilot for fancy boilerplate generation. Yeah, I mean, that's the way to use it, right? It's good for boilerplate. I don't really like my code being sent up to a server, but like some people could argue, hey, what does it matter? Your code's going on GitHub anyway. But it's like there's a slight difference. Thank you for the follows, everybody. Good luck, Shiner. Sina or Shiner? Sinner. I got that wrong, didn't I? I think we need legislation around AI, but I doubt that will really happen until something goes wrong. Yeah, and like, this is the problem with the US. If there's any sort of money involved in it, guaranteed there will not be legislation that is in the favor of general consumers. And AI already has a huge amount of money back in it, so we're not getting legislation that's going to like favor users. The only thing that may be wrong there is that we're seeing a lot of celebrities push back against AI. Excuse my plosive. We're seeing like a lot of celebrities and art institutions and like Hollywood that does have a lot of money start to push back against it. So it may come down to like the arts versus tech. And I think tech will win. Don't ban him. Shreyas is a pivotal member of this community. I know you were, but still. He might be worried now. Okay, let's figure out what I got going wrong here. Built-in actors and ADTs. I've looked at Swift for a good number of years, but it was kind of interesting. I think there's like some fundamental problems with Swift with the fact that they have to support Objective-C, but they have to support it, right? Like there's no way they can get around that. So I think there's like that limitation always on it, but Swift was pretty remarkable. Chris Latner did a good job. What's my favorite thing about Go compared to other languages? The simplicity, 100%. It's like a very simplistic, simple, minimal language, which I really like. I think it's becoming less and less of one, and there's some things that they could have done just slightly better. But I really like how simple it is. I like the standard library, because I'm also kind of anti-dependency. I feel like individual artists have a problem with AI, but big studios and record labels have a lot to gain from AI being normalized. They do. You're right, but it's who has the power there. Go-to language for building a CLI? Probably Go. I'd start with Go. Maybe Rust if it's like Rust has a couple of packages that I think would be awesome. What are the languages that I know? That's a good question. C, C++, Rust, Go. I used to know Swift, don't know anymore. That's probably it. Do you think Go should support generic methods? We have generics at the moment. Or you were talking, oh, we don't have generic methods, you're right. Do I think it should support generic methods? I know there's reasons they don't support it at the moment, but it's definitely bitten me that they don't support generic methods. So I'd love them to support generic methods, yeah, but I also understand there's technical reasons why they can't at the moment. Why are you not using Air to restart your server on file updates? I am. Wait, I was? Thank you for calling that out. Maybe that's why it didn't update. Still getting a corrupted content though. An NS error corrupted content. NS error? I don't know why it's not working. Maybe it's under static. Should be static slash CSS .css. Not found. Probably because we're not handling it actually. Although I did add it to the router, so. Thanks, developer. What does my dev.sh script contain? Sorry, lack of formatting there. That's it. Air, Tailwind, temple generate. No bat. No, not yet. I've actually got a video on bat coming out soon. It's in the scripting phase, so I say soon. Scripting doesn't always mean it gets created. But there is a video coming on about bat. Okay, so what I actually have failed to do here is the strip prefix, which we can do here. So that's why that's not working for those who are curious. Because it's looking in like static slash static. Yeah, we'll be looking at all the cool Linux tools, I guess CLI tools, right? But we'll take a look at them. There's some really cool ones out there. A lot of people ask me to look at Zelij or Zelij. Do you use MVChat as your default nvim config? Not anymore. No, I have my own one. I'll do a video on that soon. There's just so much NeoVim config out there at the moment that it feels like just another drop in the bucket, but I know people want to see it, so I should do it. Yeah, it's okay, Shreyas. C for everything at uni. I think that's like a good thing, to be honest. It's painful to use C for everything, but I think it's really, really good to learn that. C will take you further than most programming languages ever will. C++, I would argue, is the programming language you can do anything in. Yeah. I don't think there's anything you can't do. C, I think maybe C as well, but I think C++ has more support than C. You are armor. Except maintain sanity. All right, yeah, fine. I'll give you that one. That is 100% true. You can definitely go insane though. That's something. I think like maybe it's willpower at that point though. Okay, that works. Hey, we got something. Hello there. Wolfric4982, thank you so much for the subscription. You are helping me bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world, and you're helping make my dreams come true. Thank you so much, and I really appreciate you. I saw your YouTube video using the Echo framework. Where are we at with frameworks for backend web servers and Go these days? Do you avoid them? Yeah, I use standard library now. That might be in an older video. I think that was like in 2023 that came out. That was when, was that when Gorilla Mux got archived? Since then, yeah, I've got a video using the standard library. It's actually titled "The Standard Library Has All You Need for Advanced Routing in Go," and I fully believe that. So now I use the stdlib. All right, we got a Hello World coming out. All right, who's good at website design, or do I just like pinch a design from somewhere? What is what I'm guessing Tmux status line that you're using? Never seen it before. I like how it's split into tabs. I'm using the Tokyo Night theme. My dot files are up there. You can find it in there. Thanks, Wolfric. Yeah. Net/HTTP is awesome. There are a little bit of quirks with it, but like once you understand those quirks, it's great. And yeah, agreed. And thank you for the support. I really do appreciate it. You're the reason I'm able to keep creating content. Currently working on a web project. That's cool. Okay, so Brown WE, thank you so much for the subscription. You are helping me bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world, and you're helping to support my dreams and the channel. So thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. Drink. Yep, drinking. Gotta stay hydrated. AGB on YouTube, thank you for the videos. Have you ever built a startup or a SaaS? Or considered it? Yeah, I've done that. I've done it a few times. I mean, the project failed. But most of my career has been working at startups, which have been SaaSes, so I've kind of been able to work on those also. One of them got acquired by Twitter. Biggest sham in history, but they did get acquired, and that was just to pay back the investors because that company was burning through money. What is that code editor? Candy Strike, it is NeoVim. Well, it's a terminal running NeoVim and then running a bunch of Tmux, but the terminal is my IDE. NeoVim is just the editor. Kind of out of subject question, but what password manager do you use? I use Password Store. I have a video on my YouTube channel about that. I use Password Store as my password manager. I have been considering moving to a self-hosted Vault Warden. The only problem I had was like, what do you do when you self-host? Self-hostedness goes down. But so maybe I'll have that as like a backup. But Siesto Elemento, am I in active employment right now? I am self-employed. So no, I'm not. I'm basically self-employed content creator. I did get a job offer recently to go work as a DevRel, but I don't think I'll do it. Not yet. I'm enjoying content creation too much. Yeah, just reuse your passwords. I mean, the thing is, I use YubiKeys, so like YubiKeys are amazing for password management, in my opinion, or for anything cryptography. So I just use a YubiKey, Password Store, done. YubiKeys are dope. I've just got another one that's come in because I need like an additional one. So I'm going to do like a setup guide on YouTube for YubiKey if you're interested in that. So many video ideas. This is the problem. So I like have to reduce the amount of animations I do now just because I'm never going to get them done. There's not enough time. Still not had the courage to switch from Goland to Vim. You'll get there. Thoughts on passkeys as a password replacement? That is a great question, and I have no thoughts at the moment. I've just like declined to use them. I don't know, like for me, it just feels like there's a weird implication of like my device being the passkey. I know like they use additional cryptography or additional authentication methods, but I guess is that much different from using a YubiKey? Is it just turning your laptop into a YubiKey? I think like passwords are the least secure thing. Like we can all agree on that. We are live, Blend32. Shreyas, did I try motion canvas? I did. I've tried those kind of code as animation tools, and they work, but they take a lot of time. I think like using After Effects is just quicker, and you can use code with After Effects. So Ginger Joss, that is what I use. I use After Effects mainly. If I'm just working on a Linux machine, I'll use DaVinci Resolve, and you can get some basic ones going there, but After Effects. Hey, Sir Dan Glenny, thanks. We're having a great time today. It's definitely more of a just chatting, but that's what these streams tend to be, and I really like that. I love chatting to you guys. Can I suggest you a free SQL database that has a free tier? If you want to use Postgres, I recommend Ivan. They have sponsored me before, just as a disclaimer. But I have a free link if you want to get some free credits as well. So just let me know and I'll send that over to you. But Ivan, they have a free Postgres tier, so I recommend them. Yeah, FK passwords. AGB on YouTube, what kind of infrastructure have you used with, and is that something you might do content on? Absolutely. I don't think there's enough DevOps content. There's DevOps Toolbox, who's pretty awesome, but he's gone more like CLI tooling and stuff. But yeah, I like infrastructure. I've worked with Kubernetes, I've worked with AWS, I've worked with serverless, I've worked with Google, worked a lot with like data warehouses, which there's not much data engineering on YouTube, I've realized. So I need to probably do some data engineering stuff. I've got a video coming soon. It is sponsored, so I do apologize, but I've got one coming on CDC, Change Data Capture, which is really interesting. You can do some cool stuff with that. Ah, you're welcome, Blend. I'm glad you enjoyed them. How do you do Golang signature changes in NeoVim? Like a refactoring? I don't know the best way to do it. I just do it my janky way, which is find and replace. Do it in the terminal. There's probably a way to do it with LSP though. In fact, I know there is a way you can do it with LSP. Has my NeoVim setup for Go development changed much since the YouTube video? It has changed a little bit. One, I don't use MVChat anymore, so I just use my own distribution, but you can take the exact same things. Fly.io is cool. Yeah, Fly is cool. Railway is pretty cool as well. I've used Railway, and it's pretty cheap. I use Railway for dreamsofcode.io. But I also really like using Kubernetes. I think I actually have my cluster set up. Like, I have my own self-hosted home lab cluster. I'm going to do some videos on it, but like I've got these little... Actually, I'll show you. So I use these little B links. So I'll probably do some Kubernetes content because Kubernetes is awesome. You can do some amazing stuff. For this, we'll use Kubernetes because we need to spin up containers dynamically. But I think I'll call the video Kubernetes is worth learning. Kubernetes is actually worth learning in my opinion. It is. Like I think some prominent people that say Kubernetes is not worth learning or you don't need Kubernetes, I think that's speaking more to application development, but I think like it's worth learning Kubernetes. Yeah, Rancher for self-hosted K8s. You're talking about K3s, right? One more thing, do you have any updates on using Socket.io with Next 14? Last time I tried with Next 13, it was not working properly. I don't know why. Why is it not working? Should work, right? What are those small PCs you're using? They're B-Link EQ12, Dora. I'll do a whole video on them. If you look at, there's a video on the Zimmer board on my Dreams of Autonomy channel, the second one. I actually talk about the B-Link in that a little bit. I do not understand the hate for K8s. It's so great. Yeah, I think, like, I understand the messaging. The messaging is correct. If you're just an app developer and you want to get up and running, you don't need to learn K8s. That is fair enough. I will agree with that. K8s isn't useless though. Like, Vercel literally uses K8s under the hood. Like, that's how they make it happen. So it's not useless. You should learn it. People have to learn it. But obviously, if you're going to promote Vercel, then you're going to have the opinion that, yeah, you don't need to learn it, which is fine. Like, as an application developer, if you want to get your code out there and deployed, you don't need to learn Kubernetes. But it is still worth learning it if you want to level up your skills or get into infrastructure, in my opinion. Yeah. K8s. Progress is coming along. I'm on the third. I've just completed the third episode, but it's going to be like a 15-episode course, so it's taking a while. I probably will do like an early bird special, so you can purchase the course, pre-purchase it. You get the episodes as they come out. That might be the way to go. Kate's is a good name. Is it the Kanagawa theme? No, this is Tokyo Night. Somebody asked what we're building today. We're just building a new website. I've got an idea for like a .file website for hosting .files and like being able to share them with other people and being able to run them in an environment so you can test them before actually cloning them down, which is going to be cool. How come I don't use Cappuccine anymore? Me and Cappuccine broke up. There is a reason for it. It sounds really petty, which is why I don't want to go into the reason. But I think the popularity of Cappuccine became really quite a lot. And I would just see screenshots and I kept thinking it was my setup. I'm like, I just want to change. I wanted a little change. So that's it really. Like I just kind of got sick of seeing it everywhere. It's still an awesome theme though. Yeah, I think there's a lot of people jumped on the Cappuccine ship. So it was like, okay, maybe it's time for something different. And variety is the spice of life. Oh, it does sound bad and it's too mainstream. But it's just maybe, I guess, like you see a screenshot on Twitter and you're like, wait, sometimes it was from my content though. That's the annoying thing. It was like, hey, that's my video they've just screenshotted. So, but like it's hard to actually know. What time is it in the American world? It is 10 to 3 in the afternoon. Status bar theme now is Tokyo Night. I missed some alerts. Give me a sec. Thank you for the follows, everybody. Yeah, there's a lot of them. That's the problem. It's just like everywhere now, which is fine. It's a great theme. People like it and it looks really pleasing to a lot of people's eyes. And it was for me for the longest time, but like, it just got too much. Please don't jump on Tokyo Night. I've got another one lined up though. I've got another theme lined up in case everybody jumps on Tokyo Night. He's saying that. Though, delete that message of Rosa Pine, because I don't want people to jump on that as well. What do I think of the Grubbox theme? Grubbox is alright. It's kind of like a default theme though, I feel. Maybe that's wrong to say. I know a lot of people love Grubbox, but for me it just feels like a default theme that you open up. Yeah, strings have got to be green. Imagine like red strings. Ugh, horrible. This is Tokyo Night. Time McDev. Okay. Let's now we're getting onto my like least favorite part of any project, which is design and styling. I'm not very good. I would just rather have like a wait. I'd rather have a CLI. Is that going to be good for like a website showing? Because I know that terminal.shop did a CLI interface at the moment, which is kind of cool. And this is about delt files. So is that also going to be a cool interface to do like a CLI? Maybe I do want a real design. Are they just using Xterm for their... Since I'm targeting devs, it does work well, yeah. But so I'm going to share this. But this is one of the things that I have been inspired recently by brewfiles.com. This is what the Warp team have been putting out. Obviously, I mean, this is just standard define, right? This is kind of different to what I'm thinking, but this is like for homebrew. It's kind of a simple design. Daisy UI. Wish. Yeah, I have. Let me take a look at it. Sorry. Make SSH apps. Is that what they're using for terminal.shop? Okay, that's kind of cool. SSH apps. I mean, I was thinking of using xterm.js, so rather than SSHing in, I mean, I'm going to use, so in the last video I did, I showed how to like do bash in the browser, and I demoed kind of my attach D, which basically spins up an actual container that you can then connect into. Hi Rhoda10, thank you so much for the subscription. You are helping me bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world, and you're helping to support my dreams. So thank you, thank you, thank you, and I really, really appreciate you. So like, let's copy it. Wait, are they using Tailwind? They are. There you go. I'm going to try to learn a bit of Tailwind though. Sorry, could you clarify, are you suggesting a terminal-like view embedded in the browser or a browser-like view embedded in the terminal? I am suggesting a terminal. Okay, so the browser I'm suggesting to be just a standard browser. I was thinking to do it in a terminal interface on the browser, but I think that is going to be very confusing. You could do a TUI, but then like you have to do that in xterm.js or SSH again. That could be kind of painful. So browser should be the browser, and you want to visually display the dot files and allow people to load up a terminal that they can actually test the dot files in. That's the key point there. But then, as a component to that, you can download and install the TUI version on your own terminal. So you can browse the website using a TUI, so you can like search for different dot files. And then it would also allow you to temporarily load those dot files in like a shared environment that you can then see what those dot files look like. So it'll be like two apps, one for a web app, but then also a client-side application that is basically going to be running in your own terminal. So 2 in 1, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? Do I prefer chat via Twitch or YouTube? Both, I guess. Twitch will show up on the screen though, so that might be better for you if you want your message to appear on the screen, but I'm reading both. Twitch is just a bit more active. So yeah, that's kind of where I want to go, and it will teach me to learn how to do, I guess, Tailwind CSS. Let's actually commit this because we're in a good spot, and then we can start fiddling around. Ooh, do I want to commit all of this as well? I don't know if it's worth committing all of the temple generated code. But at the same time, it's not an artifact. Thank you, Brownie. Bronway? Brownway? Bronway? Is it Bronway? Let me just check my playlist because I don't want to get copyright struck, which we might just have got done. I need to figure out how to stop Spotify from like jumping over onto associated playlists. Bronway, it is the Tokyo Night theme on Tmux. If you check out Tokyo Night Tmux, it should give you that. There's also my dot files you can access as well. I'm going to add these to my git ignore because I don't think we want to commit them. But if we do, then let's see. Wait, that still added them? Pogmaho, thank you so much for the subscription. You are helping me bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world and helping me support my dreams. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and I really appreciate you. I really do mean that as well. You guys are making all of this happen. Oh. Ligma, you're the best mod. The best mod at keeping me accountable for drinking. Yeah, there should be a command for dots. If you do the exclamation mark dots or exclamation mark dot files, you should be informed of where my dots are. Maybe this isn't working because it needs to be like this. There you go. Ligma got it. I have no idea why my git ignore is not working though. Maybe it's because it's already been added. Let's try that. Yeah, likely we've already added it by accident. Hey, Life and Bits, thank you. I really appreciate that. Okay, so we've added... What did we add this time? Tailwind? Yeah. Now we can actually style this. Or, because I hate styling so much, I can hire a designer and we can do something more fun. Have I seen one of those scary fish at the bottom of the Marianas Trench? The Mamma Mia's? The Mamma Mia's Trench. GA, but no GC. Maybe I do have GC for... There you go. Learned something new today. You know, anglerfish. How I'd react. Okay, that's a good one. You got me there. For those who didn't see it, anglerfish, just wondering how you'd react to seeing one. I guess... this is going to be a cringe response, but okay. I guess I wouldn't like to view it. Cringe. Cringe, cringe, cringe. There, we got another Control L. Yeah, Control L does not work. But I'm really fast at typing clear. So it's okay. But yeah, Control L does not work for me. That is a good commit. Never understood the love for GNU Stow. Always felt lackluster. I think its simplicity is what makes it really good. Next joke, please. Yeah, you got me. Clear in Bash and browser. Yeah. Didn't work in the Bash browser. I think it was because I'd updated NixOS recently, so it was being a bit funny. Joke not in good form, was it? I used Django, but liked the jokes. No, the joke was in good form, I think. Anglerfish. I really like that. Alright, so either I learn to do CSS styling, or I just rip off another website, or I just use something like Tailwind CSS. What are we building here? We're building a brand new website using Temple and Temple, Go, and Tailwind. But I really hate styling websites, so I could just do it like super simple. Maybe we just do that. Let's do it like really horrible. Okay, what is this? We don't need padding at the top. The theme is Tokyo Night. I can always add that though. Tailwind is awesome. I was originally in the camp of like, what is this atrocity? I did not like the idea of Tailwind. And then I got to using it and I warmed up to it. All right, let's, I guess, start at the home. We'll start with this really original message that I totally came up with. And we'll do some div souping. From like what I understand is, from what I heard from a lot of web devs, is debugging Tailwind is a lot easier than debugging somebody's custom CSS. Dogfart Tailwind. Okay, Unji Bunji. You're the Joker here. That's another good one. If I ever do 100 developer jokes, I'm gonna ping you, DM you. Who did I hear that from? I heard it from a front-end dev I used to work with, who said they absolutely hated debugging people's janky CSS and much preferred debugging Tailwind. Also, the Tailwind whatever this is, LSP, language server, is really nice. Is it large, font large, text large? Can't remember. It's not size large, is it? Maybe it is size large. No. It is text large, right? Text large, yeah. Thank you. Text XL. Yeah, maybe text XL. Maybe even 2XL, actually. We want this to be big. Oh, it needs to be bigger than that. And I think maybe thin. I don't know if I really like extra bold. 4XL. Let's do it extra light, maybe. Font for weight, text for size. Perfect. Still a little small. All right, how do I get this centered vertically and horizontally? We need to make sure it's, I guess, full width and full height. Or is the best way to use... Well, that's centered there. Flexbox? Yeah, most likely, right? Is it going to be better in the main or in here? Probably here, actually. Use flex. You can do the text 100px and go from there. That's a good idea. Text center. I feel like it's a lot more complicated than just writing the CSS. It definitely is, but having it all in one place is kind of nice. I think that's the biggest issue with CSS. Okay, so text center I don't think works. Also, our main needs to be full, I guess. What is this relative? That doesn't need to be in there. Let's get rid of that. Oh, that's annoying, isn't it? So this main is not full, but I guess we need it to at least be full. I guess we can have a different page for it as well. We don't have to use this exact same page. Flashsaw, thank you so much for the subscription. You are helping me to bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world and enabling me to do what I love. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And I really, really appreciate it. Yep, got it, Ligma. Thank you, Ligma. Gonna be the most hydrated man on earth. So it still fills the screen width. I need to make it W full. You're right. I do need to make it W full. Would it be in the main though, or still does it propagate down? Uberic, am I from the UK? I am originally from the UK. I now live in the US though. So this is still full. The main is not full. But I guess we can do H full. Would that work? Whoops, I accidentally deleted it. H green. Just do that, don't bother flexing. Div class text center. Does that center it horizontally as well though? Dora? Because I just want it smack in the center of everything. Align items, justify contents. MX auto. I think it just won't center it vertically though. Like we had it centered horizontally. Line items, is that right? H screen and margin auto. Why is that the full height? What? Why is the H the full height? Items center, okay. This is like the biggest mob programming. And this is also why you'll never see a CSS video on my channel. Ah, there we go. Look at that. Perfect. A little bit small, but that's pretty good. This is where the relative might be nice to just have it up a little bit, but so far so good. You think we should do text 100 pixels? Whoa. Let's just check our inspiration. Pretty close. They do have a bit more. They have in caps, don't they? Nightmare of CSS. Doesn't lack of null safety bother you and Go? Yeah, it does bother me a little bit. It's not like as bad as other languages. Like it rarely happens, but it does bother me. It's not great. Thank you, Sherris. Hey, Maxwell. How's it going? All right. So let's make this upper. What is it? Transform upper or text transform? Transform. Or is it just upper? Uppercase. There you go. 6 rem. Let's try that. Did you just fast math that? Wow, it's a bit aggressive, isn't it? Let's try bold. Maybe do like 5 rem, 4 rem. Senior, yeah. I've done like a little bit in my time. I'm just not a front-end dev. They got nice little backgrounds for each one. Share your dot files. What have they got? $6XL. On small, yeah. Deadly appearance, thank you for the follow. $6XL. Tailwind copy pasta. Wrap the words in spans and add some padding and BG. I'm actually going to go with the that really nice, I guess it's nice, the overused, I guess, background gradients to right. And then we can do background from, where is it? How do you do background gradients? Here's more minimal without using grid. Div class hspan. I missed that. Thanks for the follows, everyone. Grid H screen, item center, text center. Text 100 center. Is that not just replacing flexbox with grid? Or is that a better thing? From color to color. Thank you, Shreyas. Item center, justify center. H screen. Asker, I have dot files available. They're on Twitch though. You can find my dot files on elliotmins/dot-files. If you go onto any of my repos, you'll find my username. Keep the flex, it's easier for hero. All right, I'll keep the flex. From color to color. Okay, from, I'll do white to, let's do a red. Let's see if that works. And then we want to do background clip text and then text transparent. Okay, so this is where I start to find like, okay, Tailwind is a bit much, isn't it? Look at that. There's my 80. And yeah, okay, I don't have my auto formatter. I think it's prettier, right? I need to get that set up. Well, what happened? This is not HTMX. This is just standard Go. Okay, so why did that not work? Asker? Asker instead of Asker? Is it Asker? Ship it. Yeah. It's ready to ship. This is perfect. It's like a... You ever like write invisible ink as a kid? You have to use like lemon juice or whatever. It's like a... whatever they are, escape rooms, but in text. Background gradients from to text transparent background clip. I don't know why that's not working. Why doing web in Golang though? Because I like Go. We're building a website using Go. Vim is the developer's escape room. You're 100% correct. Let's get rid of the text transparent. I don't know why the background isn't showing up. Text is now showing up though, at least. How long until there is a cryptominer.files running on one of your containers? That is a great question. Wait, do I still have the background clip? So background clip's gone though. This is what I'm finding kind of weird about it. Maybe it just needs to be in the div. Like that should work. Maybe it doesn't work on H1s. Headers. Weird, right? Background image. Is it like Dark Reader doing something with it? I might flashbang everyone. Oh, let's not flashbang everybody. Let's take a minute. Let's set the background to be gray. Yeah, the background clip disappeared because I wanted it to... It wasn't working, but I think it might be Dark Reader. Yeah, I think it's Dark Reader. That's the problem. Okay, so that is working now. Yeah, server-side rendering with Go templating. That looks awful, doesn't it? I think I preferred it just with white. They both do, yeah. Temple's pretty cool. Yeah, you kind of did miss my answer to the crypto miner, so apologies. I have a VOD from my last video where I actually span up dynamically. Maybe I can show it again. The background doesn't match the gradient. Does it not? What do you mean, Shreyas? So I can show you how that works actually if you want. You guys want to see what I'm... You can go back, but I mean, I'm happy to show it as well because it's kind of interesting, but it dynamically will spin up Docker containers that have resource constraints on them. So they can't download things, they can't do any of those kind of... They can't download anything, they can't send out network requests, they can't access sudo. And they get like really, really limited amount of CPU and very limited amount of memory. So they can't really do much, but maybe there's a way. I don't think there will be though. How is it hot reloading so fast? Are you using Air? I am using Air. I'm using Air and Temple. I have a little script. Here, Air, Tailwind CSS, and Temple. The colors don't really go together. They don't, do they? What should we do? Nice blue. I mean, style is not my main thing. That doesn't even look good either. Do we have like a purple? It's kind of better, I guess. How does that work for dot files that need the network for install scripts? That's a really good point, isn't it? So, realtimecolors.com. Let's have a look. So dot files shouldn't need, apart from initialization, they shouldn't. I don't think gradient is good. No, I don't either. Oh, okay. Let me Dark Reader. Sorry, everybody. Is an image created once they go to upload and then the network's restrictions only apply when the container is running? Yeah, that's what we're hoping for. Sorry, Ligma. Yeah, that's what I'm aiming for. So it should like run a preloader hook to install everything. And then once the container is running and you SSH in, not SSH, you'll be using WebSockets. But once you load in, then you no longer have network access. So it should have an initialization. We can try a pastel rainbow with 2 stops. Hey, can I watch somewhere live about unboxing your framework? Yeah, I had to take that down because I doxed myself, but I will get that video up. I've copied it, so I will just like maybe get an editor to go through and take the highlights, but I'll definitely get rid of the part where I dox myself. Click on the sun. Okay, there we go. Louis Pinzo, thank you, man. Awesome. Good luck getting your kids to sleep. What language do you think I should learn? I work with Node.js, TypeScript, and Vue. Gustav RU. Depends what you're looking to do. Honestly, if you want to build websites, then JavaScript's pretty good. Now pick a primary color and keep hitting space. Okay. Primary color. Well, I like teal. How does everyone else think about teal? Oh, I have one question. What is the best way to do an end-to-end type-safe JSON API in Golang and work with in React and Next.js? So you can do type-safe in Go, and I guess with TypeScript as well. But I don't know if you can like do a single... Wait, where did my teal go? There we go. So this is the color scheme that we're going for, is it, Shreyas? What color are dot files? That is a great question. My current color is Tokyo Night, right? So I feel like a nice neon theme would be great. That's what I envision in my head. Nice neon theme with some like rain coming in and like a JavaScript animation. Oh, you have to lock it. Okay. There you go, locked. Ah, oh, wait, how do I go back? That was it. This one. Go fetch the Tokyo Night colors. I mean, that would be the right way, wouldn't it? But I'm going to try this. This looks pretty cool. Okay, so these are... This is it. What is the background? Can you do arbitrary colors in Tailwind, or do I have to define them? Yeah. Jump on. I'll get this pushed up to like a public repo and we can take a look. Because I suck at design, but I'm okay at backend. I suck at front end though. Global CSS Tailwind config. All right, let's define them in Tailwind. Is it extend theme? Primary, secondary. All right, let's do that. Theme colors. Yeah, I think it's a good idea. Background. Oh, we already get hash. Try that gradient? I definitely will, but I can't copy and paste because this is on a different machine. Put the colors object in extend. Okay, let's do that. Do I run any home server stuff? Ginger Joss, I do. I have my own home server K3s running with a bunch of different things. Hey Red, how you doing? You get finished with uni? Put the colors in extend. Okay, let's do that. Then we got the primary. Then we got the secondary. I'm doing good, thank you. We're building a new .files website for an idea I've got. Is that tertiary? Accent. Ernest L from YouTube. Any plans on home server content? Love your content, by the way. Home server setup tutorials. Yeah, I've definitely got plans for those. So my second channel is more going to be where that's on rather than Dreams of Code. I want to keep Dreams of Code more coding based because not everybody is interested in that stuff. That may have been a mistake, but that's how I've kind of gone about it. So yeah, Dreams of Autonomy will have no testing. Yeah, why not? I mean, we can change them. Who cares? I'm going to let somebody else figure out colors later on. This is just to do something. Wait, what happened to my accent? Okay. Shift S will clear line and put you insert mode with proper indentation. Hey, that's a nice tip, Johnny. Thank you for that one. What happened to your accent is a good one. Can we hear the American impression? Which part of America? Better late than never, Red. Better late than never. Whichever part you're in. I'm in Arkansas. Down in Arkansas. Down south. What is your second channel? It is Dreams of Autonomy. If you just type Dreams of, it should get suggested to you. Southside Chicago. I don't know how to do that. CC also does what Shift S does. It does, yeah. CC is going to be easier for me than Shift S. Oh, Shift S isn't too bad, actually. Hey, Chuggin. Best ARC accent I've ever heard. There's always the same guy at the same hardware store that always makes the same joke about my accent being a very traditional Arkansas accent. You in the UK as well, Signer? It's a scheme of getting you cancelled. Okay, I won't do it then. I'm very careful with the accents I do. I can do a good French accent, but only when I speak French. France is kind of crazy at the moment as well, though, right? Since moving to the US, when was the last time you had a good cup of tea? It's been a while, honestly. I need to know how many times you've been told that you have a good podcasting voice or similar. Quite a few. The mic makes a big difference, though. How many languages can you speak? Barely one. English. I was learning Japanese for a while, so I can speak and understand some Japanese. I can read hiragana, I can read katakana. Kanji, though? I'm not good at kanji. Totally upside down. I think that's probably a good definition of it. You guys got a snap election as well coming up. Nani? I can read that. Bifask. That is Nani, right? But kanji, I'm not going to be very good at. Nani is not a question. Not by itself. That much I do know. PG tips. Yorkshire tea is what all my friends drink in the UK. They like Yorkshire tea. My family, though, I think they're just on like Tesco's own brand. That I cannot read. I don't know what that is. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Oh, kanji is for umbrella. Yeah, okay. I've never seen that one before. I have like learning the kanji or mastering the kanji. I can't remember the book, but again, I need to get back into learning Japanese because it's fun. It's fun to learn the language, especially as an English speaker. It's worthwhile to, you know, take advantage of that privilege. Big sacks for cheap of Yorkshire. Yorkshire's strong as well, right? Let me check. I'm missing alerts. All good. Thank you for the follow, everyone. Hey, Brandon from YouTube. How's it going? That's funny, Blizzterra. I don't think we need that up. Okay, so we should have our colors now, as defined with text, background, primary, secondary, and accent. Let's go ahead and use them. Let's set the background to be background. And we'll set our text to be text. Is that going to work? Lucky Lordy, thank you so much for the subscription. You are helping me bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world. And you're helping to support both my YouTube channel and my Twitch streaming. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I really, really appreciate it. And Ligma, I'm drinking. I'm drinking. You are helping me to hydrate as well. This thank you is getting longer and longer and longer. But Lucky Lordy, I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. I'm actually getting a little bit overhydrated, if you know what I mean. How's the Glove 80 treating you today? Better. Better, Dolphins to go. Much better. Bad Eye, can I send you my dot files? It is available on either Dreams of Code, Dev, or whatever the YouTube is, /dot files. You'll find it on a video. Or it's available on Elliot Mins, or one word. 2 L's, 2 T's, because I'm different. /dot files. Can you try increasing the letter spacing with tracking wider? Is that just like on the actual CSS? Let's try that. Tracking wider. This is why I like TUIs. I'm just going to say it. It's so much easier to understand what's going on. Let's get rid of that gradient. That gradient doesn't look good. Thank you, Eduardo Souza. CSA Voyager is pretty great. I actually have the Moonlander here as well, just in case as like a fallback device. I love the Moonlander. But I have it with like the same number of keys as the Voyager. And I have that massive metal base. But the Voyager is also on the share your dot files, not the body. On the share your dot files. Tracking wider. Gotcha. Thanks, Dora. Let's get rid of it on the body. Is the ZSA platform worth it? I found it to be worth it. It's much more stable, and there was like a horrible chime or whatever. I found like a resonant frequency whenever you hit something. What do I use for solving merge conflicts? Vim. Vim is the best tool for solving merge conflicts. About space and the Moonlander. No. I'd love to go to space though. Is the concavity of the Glove 80 a really big deal? That's the well, I think they call it, compared to the Moonlander. So this is where the well, I think, is useful, but also I think it's part of the flaw of the glove. So for me, the Glove 80 has too many keys. All right, let's side by side. The Glove 80 has too many keys. So it needs the well, because otherwise you can't reach. Whereas the Voyager, and this is the Moonlander, but Same number of keys I have on mine because you'll see I've like gotten rid of a bunch of them. You don't need a well because the reach is much shorter. Whereas you need a well with this because it's got too many keys. But if you just learn to use home row mods and everything else, and symbol layers, home row mods and layers, you don't need all those keys. So that's where I don't like the glove. In fact, let's swap over to the Moonlander. I think mine has a high-pitched noise though. That's the only problem with it. It like makes a really high-pitched whining noise when plugged into my KVM switch. That's a good way to solve them. Although I like to edit them using Vim. Diff views and all that are kind of bloat in my opinion. Yeah, I just look at the diff and then open it up in a text editor and be like, which changes do you want? How long will this stream go, bro? Bad Eye, that is a great question. We can probably go for another hour and a half, hour and 15. I'm actually meant to be finishing up a video today, but nah. You guys have got a lot of videos of mine. We can always wait. So maybe an hour and 15. What about the Kinesis keyboard? Have you tested any of them? I had the Kinesis Sidewinder, I think, back in 2017, and I hated it. One, because it was my first split, but it was ugly AF. Not that that should be the deciding factor, but like, it was just two flatties, and I hated it. So I sent it back. And then I've just kind of like seen Kinesis as the kind of corporate option. That might offend some people, but it's just so corporate, isn't it? And that's nothing wrong with that, but like, again, too many keys, giant enter key or whatever on the thumb, which I guess I mean, it's fine, but I kind of like my keys to be a bit smaller. Hey, Carlos. I've recently finished the setup of Z-Shell plus Tmux plus NeoVim using your videos for guidance and already further boosted my productivity. Thank you so much for those. I'm really glad to hear that, Carlos. That's awesome. How many keys would be perfect for you? So I like 34. But, wait, I think I like a little bit more than 34. 34 plus 6, so 40, I think. 40 is pretty good. Video editing is not good, though. I need a little bit more. So, like, the Moonlander... The glove is good for video editing, apart from when I had to do, like, weird hand movements, because the well can inhibit that sometimes. Yeah. 2 to type in binary. See you later, Ginger Josh. Thank you for joining us. 42 is quite popular. Yeah, 42 is pretty good. What I use for video editing? I use DaVinci Resolve, mainly because it was the only one that worked on Linux, and then now I use a Mac, because you have to. Mainly for Adobe. Via cyan to purple, you want to try that? Let's try it. Let's actually see what this looks like, because... Alright, just... Is that white? How do I see the color? No, it's not white. It is text, I think. Text. All right, I'm going to try the background gradient that you just posted, Dora. This is on YouTube, by the way, everyone, so sorry if you can't see it. I do like the Moonlander. It's much nicer, I gotta say. I can't love the glove. It's so expensive, I want to love it. Hey, Bastian, how you doing? Ooh. Okay, let's background clip that. Yeah, I'm doing good, thank you. Everybody's teaching me how to do some Tailwind CSS. I rebound right command to control on Mac, so much nicer. Yeah, I use home row mods. So on a Mac, yeah, I mean right control to command is better. But I use everything on the home row anyway. It's pretty nice. It's better than what I had. It's better. Gradient to BR. Okay, so like bottom right. Let me try that. And we are spending. This is my problem with design. That's kind of nice. A little bit more subtle. Yeah, I mean, that is a problem, right? I mean, again, this is I'm not a designer. We're not going to be able to design this. Let's do a big button. Big old call to action. Get started. Let's get it started, as William once said. What is this, bro? This is Go. Oh my gosh, what is that? Do we need to do like flex row? Yeah. And add a gap. Wait, it is flex row. Flex col. Gap 6. Let's go ahead and actually add the button in here. They don't have button, right? You got to do background, BG blue, I guess. Wait, BG primary. Try that. Text accent. Hello, what camera to use? Top one, I have invested in a overly expensive camera, so do not take it too much as a recommendation, but I bought the FX3, which is a video or cinema line camera, and I bought the Sony G Master 24mm 1.4 lens. So it's like really overkill for what I want, but my camera kept overheating, and that one has an active fan, and it's a full frame sensor, and it will probably last me all my lifetime. So I invested in it, and it is fantastic. PX6, PY-2. And we need rounded, right? Hover brightness. Shreyas, you are the Tailwind master. Yeah, you're welcome to one. How do you do rounded corners? Rounded? Large? Why is this only rounded on one side? I'm impressed. Oh, I'm doing rounded left side, right? That's why. Yeah, you got it, you got it. There you go, looks good. Probably large, right? Get started. This is the tiniest little button. Let's make it a bit bigger. Let's make it more bigger than that. There we go, beautiful. Rounded MD. Look at that. That is already going to compete with this one. Oh, they got share yours. Is that better? Is that better than get started? They got it completely rounded. Wait, how do we do completely rounded like that? Full? Share yours is nicer. Increase padding as well. Good idea. Wait. I'm off the home row. I think the text needs to be bolder as well. Is this really what front-end development is like? Just tweaking? Make the text a little smaller. All right, let's do it like a 2XL. Ooh, that's a bit too small though. It's got to be a 3XL then. Bad Eye, am I working for any company? I work for myself. I'm self-employed. Self-employed content creator. I used to work in the industry, but as of January, I decided to go solo. No, it's deciding on GS frameworks. Do semi-bold instead. Good idea. Yeah, I'd had enough. Honestly, like, I may do DevRel in the future because that would be kind of fun. And I really care about software developers. So like working at a company where you're kind of advocating for the developer is always good. I did use Vim. Yeah, my first job was Vim. We had to SSH into Solaris boxes. And then we had to use Vim. Or, I mean, you could use Emacs if you wanted. That HTML is looking like just Tailwind. Yep, that is Tailwind. That is one of the issues with it, I guess. All right. Okay, this looks better, I think. Oh, they got that nice. You've got the hover. That's what we need. What was the hover there, Shreyas? Was it transparent? Make the gap a bit bigger. Yep. Bootstrap 3. Looking nice. Yeah, it's getting there. Brightness. Okay. 50? What's this page for? This is just the landing page for a website. So remember last week, Bastian, we were automatically deploying like Docker containers, which you could access from the terminal with Bash. I had an idea to like make this 0.9. 0.9? 90. So I've had an idea to like do dynamic dot file, I guess dynamic dot file viewing. So you can upload your dot files, you can click a button and you can access on a terminal the dot files that you want to see. And then you can basically like share your dot files and like people can view them live or whatever. So that's kind of where I want to go from it. Like a really nice place to actually share and discover dot files. Hover translate Y2 for fun. Let's try that. What happened to Bootstrap? Yeah, what did happen to Bootstrap? That was what I grew up with. Let me just scroll up with the chat because I missed a couple of questions. Sin CY, what theme is that? That is the Tokyo Night theme. Cursed Tailwind classes combination for a background pattern. Please share it. Let's have a look. Bro, can you make tutorial videos or course video for Rust language? I can. What would you like to learn? No, don't translate on hover. That's a cool project. Yeah, Reddy, I thought about you actually quite a lot on this project. I might pick your brain on a few things, but it's a bad idea. But yeah, I think like dot files where we can actually view them in the browser would be awesome. Can I make the button spin? Transform, hover. Wait, I got an idea. Does this work? Kind of. It's like meant to be a rug pull. But it doesn't really work. I want it to be like a rug pull so you can't actually kick it. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Works perfectly. I guess because it scales down to 0 and then next second you're obviously not clicking it. Simply use HTMX to replace the entire button on hover. Yeah, that could work. I set the scale to 0 over hover just to be a troll. Wait, I got a better idea actually. There we go, that looks good. Can we go bigger? What is it? Can we like set this custom? SNCY, the theme is Tokyo Night. Oh, yeah, that works. That scared me. Oh, how do I get off? Why not using React for the front end? I don't like React that much. I'm not the biggest fan of SPAs. Even 300 is still too big. Wait, have I just like broken everything? Bigger. Okay, so I guess this is like not actually 300. This is like, I think I need to do it like 4. I think this is like, yeah, okay. There you go, that's good. Transition? Okay, let's do the transition. Flashbang hover. Transition, all ease in, out, hover, scale. Okay, let's try that. Ease in, out, hover, scale. Okay. Hey, it looks kind of good. Don't ease in, out, just do ease. What's the difference between ease in and ease out versus ease? I really want a pop, actually. Pop animation. Let's do that. Let's make our own animations. How about that? I can't remember how to get to these CSS animations. What would be your go-to for hosting a permanent site on a budget? Maybe, I mean, it depends what you're hosting, but Railway's pretty good. So is fly.io. Cubic Bezier. There we go. That is it. Cubicbezier.com. It's not the one I was thinking of, but it does work. But no, it's not the one I'm thinking of. There's another one which actually has more of the defaults. Let me just find it on the wiki. I know I can get to it from easings.net. Easings.net. There we go. So there's a Outback one. This is what I actually use a lot in my animations. Ease Outback. I think it is. Yeah, Ease Outback is what I use. These are like the standard that you would find in any animation software. So this one, easings.net, is really, really awesome. But how do I do this with Tailwind? Does anyone know? Do we have to define a custom one? Tailwind does have some, yeah. They've got the ease in, out, but I don't know. Make a custom class. How do I do that, Shreyas? Just a CSS class? My goodness. Just a CSS class in this day and age? Wait, how do I do CSS classes? Dot back in. Let's do transition dot ease back in. Here we go. I don't want to do that. Add a CSS file and .classic. What is a .classic? Just add a custom one or inline it with square brackets. We'll add the custom one. This should be fine. No, I think it's a good idea, honestly. And then we get rid of this and we just call it ease back in, did I call it? Actually, this should be ease back out, not ease back in. I want to make sure I got the correct. I think I did. Golang or Node. This is Node. Okay, Oasis Costa, bro, help me decide which programming language I should be studying. What do you want to do? If you want to do backend, he's back up. Back up. You're not a hacker until you lose a Raspberry Pi in your house, but you can still ping it. That is some sage advice. That should be an interview question for like a sysadmin job. How many Raspberry Pis do you own? How many have you lost? I work with Node, but in here in Brazil is saturated. I mean, there's a reason it's saturated because there's a lot of jobs with it. But Go at the moment, I think is pretty awesome. I really like Go. If you're full stack, then knowing Node might be a bit easier. Pika backup kind of slaps, not going to lie. My man. I'm going to look at Borg a little bit more in the future. But yeah, that video is done really well for what it is. But I guess like backing up on Linux is kind of a needed thing. And rsync, whilst it works, like, come on, rsync. It's not the most user-friendly, let's be honest. To do like incremental backups with rsync where you can browse through different versions of your history, it's kind of different. TS in the streets, go on the sheets. I like that. All right, what were we looking at? Bouncing back in. Hey, it works. A little bit slow. Nice. Let's speed that up a bit though. I think it should be 0.35 of a second. And maybe the 400 is a bit too big. That doesn't seem to like slow it down. That still seems kind of fast. Is like Noctua Dev? Yeah, it is Hyperland. It is. I'm going to do some Hyperland content soon. Again, the animations have just got to, if I want to do all the videos I want to do, the animations are going to start to falter. Reduce the duration? I thought I did. Here. But is that not the duration I should be reducing? My so is Linux. All my homies don't use Pika, they use rsync. I mean, rsync is the manual way to do it, but... Oh, good luck, Yami Strix. You're going to need it, my friend. Okay, now it's reduced. That's good, but obviously it's like way too big. I actually like that. I think that's tasteful. Which distro? I'm using NixOS, by the way. Hey, look, we got the landing page. Now we just need that grid gradient or whatever. Somebody promised me one. What have they got on the competitor's website? Oh, look, they got these nice... do I like that? I don't. I don't like it because that is not centered and that really bothers me. Like overlap with the title a bit. Well, you want the share to overlap with the title? Oh, you want to reduce the gap or increase it? Make it a little bigger. The scale. What am I tapping? Okay. Man, we should do some leak code at some time. Do you guys want to see me do leak code one day? Is that something of interest? What laptop am I using? That is a great question. I'm going to show you what laptop I'm using in before people tell me that NeoFetch is discontinued and I shouldn't use it anymore. Dragon Breath. Nope. Ill no, Frank Emmanuel. So people are split then. Some people want to see leak code, some people don't. I've never done leak code, by the way, so just bear with me on that. What languages does it support? No, I'm not using a Mac. Come on. I use a Mac for video editing, that's about it. But for coding, I'm using the Framework 16. Let's go. Where's the Mac? Somewhere over there. Doing work. He's working while we're having fun. Pretty much all languages? Okay. Should we do it in Python? There you go. But now I'm using... Wait, I'm not using a Mac. How would I have Hyperland on a Mac? The Framework laptop is pretty good. It's not perfect. I think for the price... Like, okay, so if you buy into the philosophy of being able to repair it yourself, yeah, it's great. But obviously it's a low volume computer, so it's gonna have rough edges. But if you like the philosophy, then yeah, it's awesome. Do it all in Nix. My God, that would be awful. 4 days uptime. Yeah, I mean, I only got this on Tuesday. Wait, not this Tuesday. I got it last Tuesday. Okay, 4 out of 7 days is pretty bad. Does it have Apple Intelligence? Keep that away from my computer. I don't want it. Genmojis. Advent of code with Nix on stream. Do it in Rust. Rust is I think a load of people have done it with Rust though. Gen Z emojis. Got him. Yeah, like, how are they going to stop that from being abused? Honestly, I'm saving all of this for the video that's coming up because I am chatting about it. There we go. We can share our dot files. Fetlang. Add a shadow to the button. Yes, sir. A grey one or a black one? Or a green one? Or is it a drop shadow? Inner shadow? Just shadow. Okay. How many years am I using Vim or NeoVim? I first touched NeoVim at university because we had a course where we had to use it. And then I used it for my first job, which was in 2012. And then I was using Xcode for a bit, which sucked, but oh, that does look nicer. Feetlang. What is Feetlang? Am I going to get banned? Flanges of the feet? Feetlang? Are you pulling my leg? Excuse me, plosives. Shadow primary divided by 10. Fetlang. Okay. This is even worse. Okay, so this is... So we're going to do another... we got to do Cursed Programming Languages version 2, right? Oh, so it is Feetlang. Okay, so Cursed Programming Languages version 2. We've already got a contender for it. Now I have to learn Fetlang. Java always deserves a place, doesn't it? Boomslang. What's Boomslang? I'm going to just search on GitHub. Okay, oh wait. Is the colored border or for your browser terminal the OBS scene? Nope. It is Hyperland. Boomlang. I don't think this is the correct. Hey, I'm Reek Mark. Thank you for the follow as well. It's not on GitHub. Well, if it's not on GitHub, that concerns me. All right, we got the landing page for our Zendots. Let's go ahead and commit this, shall we? I think that's... Oh, you can't see that. I think that's an accurate commit. Have I tried Git UI? What is that? Is that like a UI for Git? Or is it a TUI? Okay, it's TUI. I'll let you off. Oh, I've not tried it, no. There's also LazyGit, right? I know a lot of people love LazyGit. Maybe I'll do like a comparison video, but I'm a CLI man. I fully believe you should learn the Git CLI personally, but that's just me. I've never looked at LazyGit either. Wait, we haven't even set the origin yet here. Do I also learn FFmpeg? Yeah, I do. I actually learned today that FFmpeg... Well, I learned about the hardware. This is what I learned today. Let me share this. This is what I discovered last night. Ah, flashbang, sorry. Oh my god. Just killed a bunch of people. Whew. GStreamer, yeah, Bastian. I learned GStreamer. GStreamer is pretty awesome. I think it's a little bit more esoteric, I think, in some ways, but when you get the handling of it, the handling of like the piping and everything, I really like GStreamer. But this is what I learned today, and it took my rendering times, or my, I guess, muxing times from like being hours to literal minutes. It's ridiculous. Dennis Franson, I saw earlier that you had the Glove 80 and then switched back to your Moonlander. Have you tried the Voyager? I have the Voyager over there, which I love the Voyager. The Voyager's great. The only problem I have with the Voyager is the lack of wrist rests. FFmpeg is really useful. I agree. It's great for like remuxing into a format that's better for video editing. And then I remux after a video. I remux everything down into a lossless compressed version, which you should never, ever use for editing because it's really slow because it's hyper compressed, but it's lossless, and then I can easily turn that back into like editable footage again if I need to. So it like, I go from like 400 gigabytes of footage down to like 2 gigabytes of footage. I do have a Discord. You can use the, well, you can use the Discord command and it should ping you. Yeah, 400 gigabytes of footage. That's on a good day. Sometimes my footage is like, there you go. Yeah, you can use proxy for smooth editing, but I like to use ProRes 4K. There is a YouTube command. There should be. It should whisper you though. It should whisper you. If it doesn't, let me know. Nope, nothing. That's annoying. I'll just type it in. Yeah, you should get a whisper for it. But maybe if you've got whispers turned off, you're not getting them. I'd still need to type a lot in order to commit like 6 files in different directories, but I'm open to learning new ways to do that with the CLI. In order to commit 6 files in different directories. Like partially commit or just... I don't know. Oh, cool. I looked into the Voyager as well, but when building a corn, that's awesome, man. I think building a corn is pretty cool. If you can build your own keyboards, then definitely do that. I can't seem to commit to the keyboard full time. Is this the corn keyboard? Any ideas? Fully fledged with all cool stuff on home row mods, but do you have like a keyboard that you're falling back to? What is the job market for Golang in London? I don't know. I don't live in London. See you later, iMithril. Yeah, get add. I mean, that's what I would do, Shreyas. Okay, don't want to commit everything. I mean, you can do get add with multiple directory names, but... Juan. Do you have any point commit parts of a file with just CLI? I don't think... Can you do that with the TUI? Is that even a thing? Yeah, having trouble committing to the split layout. You've got to just go for it. For the first few days, I was darting back and forth between the two. But I then just decided to put my standard keyboard away and just force myself to learn the Moonlander. So you just got to kind of commit to it. You can commit single hunks from files with CLI. I don't know, I've never needed to commit only lines of a file or partial files. I'm going to take a look at that. Yeah, you can do patches. Yeah, text-based gamer on YouTube, I'm the same. I've never needed to commit partial. But I guess I can see some potential options, but not many. You can get very granular, yeah. Yeah. I agree, Amaz. There's definitely probably a way to do it. I've just never needed to, but maybe that's going to be something I figure out. Always feels like, yeah, you can get granular with your commits, which is great. But to what purpose? Because, like, I mean, if you're committing partial parts of code, how do you know that your file is complete? Like, are you missing something? Git add p? Wait, let's have a look. Can we do man git add? What is dash p then? Patch. Okay, so you're just adding the patch. Add interactive, but bypass the initial command. Choose hunks of a patch between the index and the work tree. Let's give that a go. But, so I guess I gotta edit that. Okay, so that's how you would do it. So yeah, okay, so we've got like part of it here. We've got the don't add me that's in the unstaged, and in the staged we got add me. Okay, there you go. That's how you do it. But is that not going to cause a conflict? So if I commit this, Let's get out of this. Ah, seems like it did work. And then it just adds it underneath. Okay, so it's interesting. Yeah, I guess that did work. Let's reset that. Oh, I don't know where that key is on this keyboard actually. There we go. Won't be a conflict due to the nature of commit linked list. So yeah, I thought it would conflict because it's like adding some but not adding the others, but turns out it's fine because it's still referencing the actual file. No, Shreyas. Yeah, I mean, I can't see much use for it, but it is pretty interesting to do. Don't use git reset. I actually have a video coming out this week which talks about what happens if you commit a secret and how you can resolve it. You guys have subbed so much. I gotta go quickly. I'm overhydrated just to not be gross. So I'm gonna be right back. Wait, I want no. There we go. Urinals or no urinals. I miss the old dehydrated dreams. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Now that we're doing drinking games, I can't go 4 hours. Is that with git filter branch? What is git filter branch doing? Rewrite branches. Git filter branch. Let me make this a little bit bigger for everybody. Git filter branch has a plethora of pitfalls. How do I make this go over to the left? Wait, I got an idea. Okay, git filter branch has a plethora of pitfalls that can produce non-obvious manglings of the intended history rewrite and can leave you with little time to investigate such problems. Oh, so the video. No, not using filter branch, just basically using git interactive rebase. Although filter branch might be good for like if it's in a different branch, but I'm assuming things are in main. Strong opening, yeah it is. Why filter branch instead of other alternatives? me click on it here, actually. Filter branch is extremely to unusably slow. Wait, what? For non-trivial repositories, filter branch is riddled with gotchas. This doesn't seem like a positive. These are all negatives. Filter branch is very onerous to use for any rewrite. One IFPA, you can squash commits, you can edit commits, you can skip commits. It's all in there. Yeah, I mean, that's why I like Rebase Interactive. It seems like filter branch is not recommended. Although these look like positives. This is filter repo. Oh. Gotcha. But it still says, okay, so filter repo instead of filter branch. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, there's a lot of red flags for filter branch. Yeah, I mean, Rebase is bad if you're using on a shared repository, I'd say. But I talk about how to back up. And I only recommend using it for like local changes or for a repo that only you use as long as you back up your main branch. Yeah, I've never seen a command have as many red flags as filter branch, which means I'm going to have to do a video on it. Yep. Same as a lot of things, really. Well, that was not fun. My, why is my formatting so off? Just on this one component. Squashes, yeah, do make it difficult for everyone. Like, squashes are fine when you're merging in. Like, I prefer squash and merge, personally. But, I mean, I like squash and merge. Yeah, don't rebase the main branch, ever. That's the thing. Some people use rebasing for fixing secrets, though. Like, if you accidentally commit a secret, they'll try to rebase it. It depends. If it's, like, shared, you just have to consider that that secret is compromised. Yeah. Git commands you should never use. I only really rebase to make things easier to review. Yeah, I think squashing and merging is fine in my opinion. I like squash and merge. I prefer it to merge commits. I think merge commits can get a bit confusing. Git server has a ref log. If you force push, it won't. Let's have a look. So force pushing won't even get rid of the secrets if it's on a single repo. It should get rid of local ones though, right? With a rebase. Like if you rebased your local branch, then fix the secrets, you can find back the commits, yeah. But then if you push it remotely, those secrets won't make it on the server, right? Or will they also be pushed up? Yeah, you'd have a local one, as Dora says. If you never push, it's fine. Okay, so if you... Let's have a look. Yeah, once they're on the server, they are there forever. You have to just consider that they're compromised. But locally, it's fine to push the branch up. Okay, good. Worried I was going to have to redo that entire thing. But then force push. Yeah. Don't force push it. Force push is bad anyway. Scared me for a second there. Can you even view the ref log of a remote? Let me share this on the other screen. There are some pull or fetch options to get ref log and find orphan commits. Use the GitHub Events API to retrieve a commit SHA. So you can't even pull them down. So basically, if they're pushed, they're compromised. The only time a force push is useful is when you're inside of a branch or when you're working like a feature branch and you have a rebase policy. I have the chalk browns for the Voyager, and it's pretty travel. It comes with a little case. It's kind of nice. The glove comes with like a giant hard case, which is, I just think, impractical for traveling. But I've traveled with the Voyager before, so the Voyager is pretty awesome. I recommend it. There are some pull or fetch. Yeah, that's what we just found, I think. So there you go. Don't force push, done work. Okay, where did we get up to? So I guess the next thing is we got our little landing page with our button. And then we got to figure out a way to share it. See you later, Hugo. Yeah, it's going to be finishing up here shortishly. But I want to try to think about what to do next and how to actually share the files. And I'm going to take inspiration from brew files. But this uses NPX. What are those template files? What engines is this? This is Temple. So it's like a Go templating library. It's pretty awesome. I'll do a whole video on this, but there's plenty like Anthony and Prime have done on Temple. Text-based gamer, do you do YouTube full-time now? I do YouTube full-time now. If so, when did you go full-time? I went January 5th. Kareem, what am I up to? We are just building out some... Store it all on the S3 graveyard. We are just building a new web page to share dot files on. Are you comfortable sharing your revenue splits now in the future Dreams of Code? Absolutely. I absolutely am. I definitely will. I mean, I can share it now. AdSense is pretty much... Yeah, I'll do a whole video on it because I can't think of it at the top of my head. And it'd probably be good to have like a year's worth of data to look at that. Can't you just store the GitHub links? Yeah, that's what we want to do. So you'll share it with the actual GitHub links, but there needs to be a way to determine either like individual dot files, because I think if you're just sharing your entire dot files, that kind of defeats the purpose. It's got to be, I guess, like individual dot files for different programs. So like your tmux dot files versus your zshell dot files versus your, kind of those things. Otherwise, I'm just recreating everybody's environments, which is going to be a bit harder. But like, I think people want to be able to pick and choose individual dot files for different programs, if that makes sense. But yeah, people are just going to share their GitHub links. That's what I imagine it to be. And then either they configure what programs they're using, and then I have to detect which those dot files are, which isn't the end of the world. It can be done. Do you think server-side rendering can scale with large enterprise teams? Seems like the UI guys and backend guys will be stepping on each other's toes all the time. Yeah. So, I mean, server-side rendering has scaled on enterprise teams in the past. Like, SPAs are only around in the last 10 years, so obviously it has been done. But the big benefit of SPAs, which people don't really think about, is like HTML over the wire, I don't think really scales as well. Now, you can still have HTML over the wire and still have different teams that are working purely on JSON APIs, right? And you're just communicating. That's like more of a microservices. You could have a monolithic architecture where different people are working on different things, although I think that would be chaotic. So typically, yeah, you're going to have JSON APIs in order to support those kind of different teams working on different sides of an application on an enterprise. SSR can be combined with the traditional separate API to great effect. Yep. Yeah, as Text-Based Gamer is saying on YouTube. Template lib of the standard lib of Go is the worst template engine I know. It's unusable for most projects. I don't know if I agree. I think the standard library templating is pretty good, personally. Like, it's not the best, and there are some quirks, and it works in different ways, but I don't think it's terrible. I think it does work. Maybe it is the worst engine then. I'm trying to think if there's a worse one that I know of, so maybe you're right. Yeah, Dragon Breath, you might be right. Maybe it's not unusable. That's the only qualm I have, and that's the thing you've kind of got there. The unusable for most projects. I think it's usable, but yeah, maybe it is the worst one. Tempo is definitely better. Let's create a new page, and then we'll wrap it up. Standard lib has no slots or inheritance. No, it doesn't. But you can get around that. Namespace is global and the range operator shadows the dot. Yeah, it does. But it doesn't mean it's unusable. Surely. But I do agree it is not the best. Have I decided if I want to use what database for this? I have decided. I'm probably going to use Postgres, because that's typically what I tend to use Dora. We can get rid of this name, actually. Not needed. Go on, give me the raid recommendation. I'm always keen for raid recommendations. Typecraft. Is he streaming right now? There you go. We'll give him a raid. Pismic2K, hey, I'm trying to build a similar stack to yours using Gin. Would you recommend using basic auth for authentication? Like HTTP basic auth? No, probably not. I mean, it's useful if you just want to authenticate for yourself, but no, not for like user auth. Yeah, don't use basic auth for user auth. It's not the right way to go, in my opinion. All right, let's add this in. On the components dot create. LSP restart. Probably need to bind that to a hotkey. If you are a TypeScript dev, would it be bound? Yeah, it would have been bound to a hotkey years ago. You're right. There's only one that I kind of have to use it for in Go, which is whenever you add a new package, but that's very rare. Net/HTTP is GOAT. Wait, somebody asked about Gin. Let me read that. Oh yeah, that was the basic auth question. Let's give it a go. I agree, research dev. Got to do an A here, right? What do web frameworks like Gin? What do web frameworks like Gin and Echo have more than net/HTTP? So they're a little bit more. I mean, it's a great question. They tend to have a lot more helper functions for things such as rendering JSON or sending requests. But I would argue they're just because of a lack of understanding on how to do things with the net/HTTP package. If that makes sense. Yeah, it's kind of like abstractions. Personally, I prefer to use net/HTTP, and which works really well with some of the core primitives of the standard library. Is it possible to know what color the background Tokyo Night is and the color the active app border is? I don't think I have an eye picker on me. Let me have a look. Color picker. I don't have a color picker installed, I'm afraid. But this is just the standard border. Standard border for Hyperland. So the background color of Tokyo Night, however, let me have a look. Let's see if we can see what that is. Because it's going to be an Alacrity, which is in the Tokyo Night. No donations? Dev? Are they not donation alerts, or you're actually donating? If you are, I've been missing them on YouTube. I have donations on Twitch, however, which is probably the best place to look. If you're donating on YouTube and I'm missing them, then I absolutely apologize and I will make that correct. Okay, so the background for Tokyo Night is 1A, 1B, 26. If that helps. Yeah, I don't know what the border is. I need to get that color picker installed. All right, great. Create is working. We could do HTML here so it doesn't reload the entire page, but I think it's fine for the moment. So this should probably just be a form to upload your GitHub URL. Share your GitHub URL. Probably want to make it user account though. What is Nick's AI? Dragon Breath Lover, I'm almost at the end of a fairly complex web project and I could do everything with net/HTTP. The only weird part is 404 handling with multiple routers. One for static files, one for public, and one for authenticated routes. I'm wondering if I've encountered that before. I use the color picker, but different tries gives different results. That's going to be based on... People say hyperpicker. Problem is, I'm probably going to have to log in and log out if I use hyperpicker. Let's install it. Let me make this a bit bigger. The Pi Live, I'm going to trust you. Wait, I already have hyperpicker installed. So I already have it installed. I guess I can just run it. No. So if I already have it installed, but it's not working on my Ayla's GTK bar. Segfault, yeah, always great. Wonder why it's not working. Is there an analog to OpenAPI files for CLI interface definitions? OpenAPI files. So like parsing OpenAPI with a CLI inside of a CLI. Just running hyperpicker works. Probably need to restart my computer. Yeah, doesn't work for me. Thank you for the follows, everybody. I'm not getting alerts. Generating Cobra code from a spec file describing a CLI interface. Like a standard for CLIs. Like a standard for CLIs. You mean like man pages? By the way, how does your disco config look? That is a great question. Let's have a look at that. Because I decided on something. Here we go. So, formatting. Let me shrink this down so we can see it a bit more. But I decided to go for, what was it? So we got the boot, we got a Lux partition, and then the second device is also a Lux and points to LVM. So they both point to the same. So there's Lux wrapping an LVM VG virtual group, which then just takes up the 100% free. And also I do swap as well, rather than putting swap in the BTRFS. So that's it. Thanks for the follows, everybody. Yeah, it's a good brainwave. I'm just trying to figure out what the question is because I'm not sure if I got it correctly. Oh, nice. Yeah, I think this is okay. I mean, obviously there's a little bit of a risk because we're putting, I guess we're using 2 disks for the same. So if one disk goes, I am using BTRFS, yeah. So I got my root, my NICs, and my home partitions as subvolumes. Thanks, Almaz. I really appreciate that. I'll get back on the NeoVim content train soon. I'm just taking a break from it at the moment. There's so much more out there to learn about. Yeah, raid is pretty good. I mean, you're going to raid 0 or raid 1? I ran into issues when I was raiding on Nix, on Disco, with MD ADM. And I couldn't raid 1. Does BTRFS make a difference? Probably not. It has some niceties, but it also sometimes like disk space will appear to be eaten up and you have to like rebalance the tree. But ext4 is okay. It's just like the bog standard. But if you really use snapshots and stuff, and you can, or if you use subvolumes and snapshotting, BTRFS does support RAID, but Disco doesn't have it. That was like the first issue I had when I moved to Disco, because I used to have BTRFS set up as a RAID, or set up with RAID, but Disco doesn't have that, so you have to use MD ADM, or whatever it is. MD RAID. I think he means something like by reading the spec. I know that CLI has a command with this argument agreed on manner to document commands and arg flags. Yeah, I don't know if it does. I guess you have RPC, but that's not really a CLI command. I guess like CLIs themselves have a defined kind of standard. So STD error for errors and diagnostics. Standard in for input. Standard out for anything you want to output that you might want to pipe to another command. Not like generating man files or other docs, but like generating a module with a Cobra code you can import. So like code gen for Cobra CLI or modules, I guess. Standard is not standard. Yeah. I mean, you're right, but that's what it's meant to be, I guess. So it's not really a standard. Well, diagnostics is also written as standard error, if that's correct. So like, curl is a great example. Wait, is this going to dox me? Let me just double check that. I'm not going to do it, just in case. Try suppressing curl or wget progress bar. Well, I mean, standard error is also used for diagnostics, right? Like any additional information. I'm just going to write this curl output. But like curl standard out should only be the contents of the, yeah. I mean, that should only be standard out. So like, this should just be empty. Yeah, that's empty. Last time I broke prod for realsies. When did I last break prod? Probably a while ago. So, I mean, the diagnostics, if we do like curl -v. So it's still the same for like std out, but then obviously diagnostics is going to have loads in it. Yeah. What is this big blue blob? Is this are we getting spammed? Wait, we getting raided? Typecraft. Okay, that's what it is. Yo, thank you for the raid, Typecraft. Somebody give him a shout out. Go sucks. This isn't Go. This is Nix, my guy. This is the finest language ever made, Nix. Big Poo blog. Yeah, we were about to raid Typecraft. In like 1 minute, I guess we both finished at the same time. Yo, Rickoff, thank you so much for the subscription. You're helping me bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world. And helping me to support helping me to achieve my dreams. Thank you very much. What is a big blue blob? Drink. Thank you, Ligma. Thank you for the follows, everyone. In case you don't know me, I am Dreams of Code. I think me and Typecraft started doing YouTube around the same time. I hope you all had a nice stream. I hope you had fun over at Typecrafts. We were just talking about std error versus std out, believe it or not. And I was showing my disk configuration, which is very, very cool. What are my dreams? Mostly video editing these days. They used to be of code. I gotta scroll up through the chat. Give me a second. If it's not Zig, is it even a language? I mean, that's a great question. Thank you for the follows, everyone. Dreams of null. Dreams of /dev. So what were we building before this? We actually spent the whole stream trying to figure out how to do a nice little button. Well, I'm proud of the button we built. Am I enjoying Hyperland? Yeah, it's awesome. I'm not too sure I understand the joke of the big blue blob. Unfortunately. Is NixOS hard? I mean, it has a learning curve, pretty much like everything. 4-hour button does go crazy. But hey, it was a good button. What video editor do I use? Xerxapil. We are using, well, I'm using the fantastic DaVinci Resolve. Okay, just the sign. Arch logo to understand Big Blue Blob. Gotcha. Thanks for the follows, everyone. We're getting busy in here. You got your job cut out for you, my guy. Okay, let's actually show the big blue button that we created. This is it. Beautiful. And we get some nice little pop animations in as well. There you go. That is what we did today, and I'm proud of it. Nice message to the world. But seriously, we're actually building something pretty cool. We're trying to build a nice like .files site. Yeah, it took 4 hours, 4 hours of work. But hey, it's the best button you've probably ever seen. That is a smooth animation as well. But yeah, NixOS, it's definitely got a learning curve. Still doesn't spin. Wait, how do we do a spin transition? I guess it's rotation, right? Which language? Rickarth, we are programming in Go. So this is all done using Go with Temple for templating. I don't know why my tab stop is out, but never mind. Animate spin. All right, let's try animate spin. Maybe I need to refresh. Hard refresh. Oh, it's not okay. Now it's like just pulsing up and down. One more class. Not Godot. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of okay, I guess. I think it's got to be a rotate, surely. I wonder if the bounce in, bounce out is causing it to be... Let's try 180 first. Just one more class, bro. Please. Hey, there you go. We got the spinning. HTMX when? Probably next episode. Or is it HTMX? I always get in trouble with that. Let's try, can we do like a 720 spin? Don't work. Is there a rotate 360? No, no rotate 360. Now move it up while spinning. 720 deg? Okay, let's try it. Don't work. Send me your pick for the HTMX org website. I will do. Let's actually see what the constant is. It is deg. Okay, so you're saying in square braces 720 deg. Okay, let's try that. There we go. Yeah, Essex, you got it. Okay, so far, so good. Now we just need it to move up. Problem is, if it moves up too much, we'll lose the hover. That's what happened when we tried to do it with the scale. Let's try a nice 2. Whoa. Whoa, what happened? Groovier Hen, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you everybody who joined and followed, by the way. 262 people in the channel, that is huge. Generate a PDF using Go, no licensed API, something fast enough on the fly for generation and save my life. Now it's even more obnoxious. But I think it's better, right? I think it's better than the brew files. Look at this. This is boring. Boring, 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 right? Now, pretty good. I think this would make people want to share their dot files. And that's what we need. So for those who don't know, what we're doing is something that is more interesting than just a button. We're going to be building a dot file website so you can share your dot files, discover new dot files, and even better, run them interactively. So I have one of my VODs if you really want to watch it, but like the main goal about that VOD was running Bash in the browser. And I showed how you can do it using, I mean, yeah, we're going to have a TUI that's actually going to go along with this as well. But, you know, we need people that want to be able to see dot files. But ideally, yeah, you can run like a bash. And the goal is to make the best button. So like, ideally, you will be able to access a container inside of your browser using xterm.js. That you can then spin up any dot files that you want to try out and just test them out. And you have your own little container to run them in. And you can try it before you buy it. Although probably they'll be for free. What do I use for the backend? I'm going to use Go. So like, let me show you the actual site I have. So the actual kind of deploying of a container that you can then WebSocket into through xterm.js is all done using Go, Rust, and Kubernetes, because Kubernetes is awesome. But yeah, this is all done using Go. Frontend's done using Go as well. NixOS, by the way. Running X11 in the browser. I mean, that will be the next thing. But I think you can do that with WASM, right? I mean, if you can run Windows in the browser, surely you can run X11 in the browser. But yeah, xterm.js is not going to be for visual apps. Not yet. We could probably do like an RNC or something, or a VNC. Not public yet. Let me add it. Let me make it public. I just don't want the people at Warp to steal it, you know? They're going to be eyeing it up. Where did our actual zen.hq go? Hey, thank you for following Unemployed Dev. Wait, what even happened to my org? Did I lose it? There it is. Are the Warp people evil? No, I wouldn't say that. They're not evil. Not at all. They sponsor a lot of projects. I don't like the product of Warp, but like they sponsor a lot of open source projects. And so like big kudos to them. They don't need to do that, and they do it. That being said, I wouldn't install Warp on my computer. Let's push this up, then we'll make it public. Okay, we're not going to commit these buttons. Yeah, I would always be careful about using a terminal that made you log in. I try to use NixOS, but how Home Manager works. Home Manager is kind of different to NixOS, but obviously you can integrate them with each other, but it's basically a dot file manager that you use Nix, the language, to work with it. I can show you my home file if you want. So this is Home Manager, basically. Probably this doesn't look like anything, but you can see here I've got two out of home file or out of home manager things such as nvim, my password store, but the rest of this is all managed using Home Manager. So we have tmux, zshell, neovim, git, alacrity, gpg, firefox, zoxide, password store, and fcf. Oh, no, not that one. Although that warp is probably evil as well. Don't tell Sean Monster I said that. I actually do like warp, but it's not the easiest thing to use. One day I will try NixOS. It's pretty awesome. I definitely recommend it. You can install Nix separately, yeah, but some people like having their operating system declarative as well, me included. But yeah, you can install Nix separately. I've got it on my MacBook with Darwin Nix, which is pretty awesome. Hey, Julian. You may have got a whisper there, Unemployed Dev, but it's NixOS. Thank you for the follow, Julian. I mean, we can create the greatest dot file manager if you want. I'm waiting for that video before I put mine up. Thanks, Dolphins to go. Catch you later. We got to find someone else to raid when I finish now, which is going to be soonish. All right, I'll do a video. Did this not get pushed? There we go, nice. Okay, cool. I'll put it up. Do you want just a home manager? Do you want a home manager one or just Darwin Nix? Is the framework good? Framework is pretty awesome. Julian, what we were doing is creating this awesome button. No JavaScript. That is pure CSS magic. What are my thoughts of Emacs? I love org mode. Org mode is amazing. If I could use org mode instead of Obsidian every day, I would, but I'm just not that good at Emacs. I'm terrible at it. Is Neo org as good as org mode though? Like, is it actually, can you like run code snippets and stuff? Where am I from? I'm originally from the UK, but now I live in the United States of America. I don't know if he's called the devil. I know he said some controversial things, but ultimately I actually agree with the old GNU license. The GPL. Neorg. All-encompassing tool based around structured note-taking. But is it org mode? That's the thing. It's getting there. I'll give it a go. But like, org mode is just insanely good. Like, people think Obsidian's great, and then you use org mode and you're like, oh my goodness, this thing is incredible. Which part of the UK? So I was born in southeast London, but my parents sent me to go to elocution lessons because they didn't want me to have the same accent. But I grew up on the south coast, down in Dorset. Down in Dorset, so everyone spoke like that. Farmers. Not me though. I think I once came back with a little bit of a farmer accent and my mum was really mad about it. Yeah, org mode is pretty awesome. They did call me posh, yeah. They did. Raid Trash Puppy? Alright, we'll do that. We'll do that. We'll give it another 5 minutes, just for a bit of a Q&A. Wind it down. Everyone can, like, bask in the glory of this ultimate button. Let's make it bigger, shall we? Let's... Look at that. Doesn't get much better than that. Perfect button. I think we got it. I think we did it. Ultimate button. There's like just no way that engagement wouldn't be driven by clicking this. Limit test CSS? What is limit test? It is the epitome of UX, I agree. Alright, let's get a raid ready. Because we went over a little bit. Could you imagine if like somebody actually just rogue created a button like that? Just ignored all product managers, shipped it to production, and then like all of a sudden their revenue increased. All right, Lego bit, fine. All right, who are you raiding? Trash Puppy? Let me copy their username. I'm sure I can spell that actually, but just in case. Let's get back there. Can you raid armor, or is it not working? Story before? Come on, Shreyas. Give us the story of Trash Puppy. I can do it. Yeah, Firefox is the GOAT. I use NixOS, by the way. Nurse turned dev. Well, that's pretty awesome. All right, we're going to start the raid very shortly. But anyway, thank you everyone for joining me on today's stream. That was pretty awesome. That was pretty fun, building that button. But also just chatting, because it's great to chat to you guys. And thank you for keeping me hydrated with all the subs. So, let's get a raid. 7 seconds. Thank you everybody for joining today. It was really, really awesome. I'm going to look forward to seeing you the next time when we're going to do more than just build a button. We're going to do something more interesting. Probably something with Kubernetes, but I don't know yet. Anyway, I'll see you over there. Peace out. And everyone on YouTube as well, thank you for joining.